2023 অত্যন্ত সফল একটি প্রয়াস হতে চলেছে। অনেক মানুষ এসে গেছেন, আরও আসছেন সকলে। আপনাদের সকলের কাছে অনুরোধ যে নিজেদের আসন গ্রহণ করুন। আমরা চেষ্টা করছি আর মিনিট 5-এর মধ্যে আমাদের শুরুর যে অধ্যায়, অর্থাৎ কিনা আমাদের বলতে পারেন ফার্স্ট সেশন, প্রথম যে অধ্যায়, সেটিকে আমরা শুরু করতে চলেছি। আপনাদের সকলকে আবারও অনুরোধ, আপনারা অনুগ্রহ করে আপনাদের মোবাইল ফোনগুলি নীরব করে রাখুন। as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that many of the secretaries of the government of West Bengal who would be gracing this occasion. The first session of Statecon 2023 is already with us today. They're waiting, and we are about to commence our program. We just need a little bit of cooperation from you. May I request those of you who are just coming in to kindly take your seats. There are some people who are still outside. May we request all of you to kindly take your seats, and those of you who haven't found your seat yet, do take your seats. আমাদের মধ্যে আজকে যারা এসে পৌঁছেছেন তাদের সকলকে বলছি যে আমাদের বিশিষ্ট অতিথিরা এসে পৌঁছে গেছেন। আমাদের মধ্যে আছেন শ্রী দেবাশিস সেন, আইএএস এমডি হিডকো, সেই সঙ্গে আছেন শ্রী রাজেশ পান্ডে, আইএএস প্রিন্সিপাল সেক্রেটারি, ডিপার্টমেন্ট অফ এমএসএমই এবং টেক্সটাইল। আছেন শ্রীমতী স্মারকী মহাপাত্রা, আইএএস সেক্রেটারি, ডিপার্টমেন্ট অফ ল্যান্ড and Land Reforms, Government of West Bengal. We have with us today Shri Khalil Ahmed, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of Urban Development and Municipal Affairs, Government of West Bengal. They have all arrived, and Shri Rajesh Sinha, of course, IAS, Principal Secretary, Housing Department, Government of West Bengal. So with all the relevant members of the Government of West Bengal Secretariat present here today, we are about to start our program today. আপনাদের সকলের কাছে শুধু অনুরোধ যে যারা এই মুহূর্তে আসছেন বাইরের থেকে, আপনারা আসন গ্রহণ করুন। This is one of the most pleasant sights for any organization. And as organizers, Credai West Bengal is very happy indeed to see all the seats filling up. May I request those of you who are still standing to kindly find your seats. And actually, as soon as everyone is seated, we can start our program. আমাদের ভরে ওঠা মঞ্চ মঞ্চ থেকে দেখতে খুবই ভালো লাগছে এবং সংগঠকদের জন্য এটি সত্যি খুব একটি নান্দনিক দৃশ্য যে ভরা একটি অডিটোরিয়াম, প্রেক্ষাগৃহে প্রত্যেকটি আসনে মানুষ বসে আছেন। তো সেই কারণেই আপনাদের কাছে আমাদের অনুরোধ, যারা এখনই আসছেন, এই মুহূর্তে এসে পৌঁছেছেন, তারা আপনারা নিজেদের আসন গ্রহণ করুন যাতে আমরা অনুষ্ঠানটি অব্যবহিত পরেই শুরু করতে পারি। So, with the permission of the audience, we are about to commence the first session of Statecon 2023. May I request those of you who are still outside to kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sri Devashish Sen, IAS, MD HITCO. With a big round of applause, we welcome all the distinguished members of the West Bengal Secretariat, and we have with us today Sri Rajesh Sinha, IAS, directly related to us, being the Principal Secretary, Housing Department, Government of West Bengal. We also welcome Srimati Smaruki Mahapatra, IAS, Secretary, Department of Land and Land Reforms. And there are others waiting who are about to join us. So once again, welcome to the biggest real estate convention in Eastern India, Statecon 2023. As we all know that Statecon 2023 happens to be the flagship annual event of Credai West Bengal, and Credai West Bengal, once again, as we all know, has been championing the cause of infrastructure development in the state. So Statecon 2023 has many purposes, but basically we are trying to showcase the extending frontiers of the real estate industry in West Bengal, and of course, to showcase the various initiatives which have been taken by the government of West Bengal to facilitate the ease of doing business. And of course, Statecon 2023 is a learning experience for all of us because we get to know about the various new products, new technologies which are coming up. And we have also been joined by Shri Rajesh Pandey, IAS, Secretary, Department of House and Department of MSME and Textiles. So may I, without further ado, now call upon the convener of Statecon 2023, Sri Tomal Ghoshal, who would be welcoming our most distinguished guests, and of course, he would be setting the tone of the program. Sri Tomal Ghoshal.
Good morning, and a very warm welcome to the third Statecon. On behalf of the Credai community in West Bengal, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to Statecon. This is the third edition of Statecon, and the first since the COVID epidemic. So it's great to meet up and take forward the real estate industry in India. Today, it's with deep gratitude I welcome the presence of very senior dignitaries from the West Bengal government. We have Sri Debashish Sen, Managing Director of HITCO. We have Sri Khalil Ahmed, Principal Secretary, UDMA, our bread and butter. We have Sri Rajesh Pandey, Principal Secretary, MSME and Textiles. We have Sri Rajesh Sinha, Principal Secretary, Housing. We have Madam Smaraki Mahapatra, who is the Land Reforms Commissioner, as well as the Secretary Land, and will be soon, and Mr. Yu Saroop, Director, MSME. A very big hand, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we have the city chapter presidents from all over West Bengal. I think the very presence of this esteemed panel and, of course, the presence of Madam Honorable Chief Minister in the session after this shows the intent and shows how important to the government this whole sector is. So it's very important that we get together. And also, I think it's very important to say that also I take this opportunity to welcome our National President, Sri Boman Irani, all the way from Mumbai, and our National Secretary, Sri Ram Reddy Garu, from all the way from Hyderabad. Thank you very much. So what is Statecon? In very short, I would like to tell you what Statecon is, and I'd like to set the tone of what we're going to do in this whole day today. Statecon is the state conference of Credai, West Bengal. As you're aware, Credai is an organization of 15,000 members across 215 chapters all over the country. And here in West Bengal, we have now grown to 5 chapters with over 600 members. So I think slowly what we are seeing is people are coming into the Credai fold because it is very critical as a builder to be able to accept our rules, our code of conduct of doing business in a just manner, to be able to be part of Credai. And we can see a great interest now to become members of Credai. And I think the way the sector is slowly getting regulated, I think that is how more and more people want to be on the Credai platform. Besides these 2 sessions, we also have knowledge sessions on finance and economy. We have sessions on artificial intelligence. We have sessions on new assets in the real estate, as well as we have a session on marketing, smart marketing initiatives. Besides that, we are very privileged today to welcome, as a motivational speaker, Lieutenant General Dipender Singh Hooda, I think, who had led one of the most daring military missions of India, and he's going to talk about it. So this is how we wanted to, that is how we've planned the day. Also, the Honorable Chief Minister is going to release 2 reports. One is on economy, and how West Bengal is leading the growth, which is set up by CBRE, who was our knowledge partner for the event. And we also have trends of real estate, or the West Bengal perspective, which has been done by Eliza Floras, which thank you Pankaj and CBRE for being able to do that for us. So in the end, I just wanted to take a few points about real estate and urbanization before I set the floor and we hear from our esteemed guests. I think the real estate is working on two basic pillars. The first pillar, of course, is infrastructure, and the way the infrastructure growth has happened, and the way the physical infrastructure and the social infrastructure is being created across West Bengal today. We can see that we can move to the hinterland very easily. So these major projects like the Tajpur port, the redeveloped Kolkata-Siliguri highway, the Varanasi-Kolkata expressway, the access control which leads to the national capital and beyond to the rest of the country, the proposed fourth bridge across the Hooghly River which connects to the deep south of KMDA to the NH system, the redeveloped Kharagpur-Morgam expressway and the Kona elevated highway are very few examples of how infrastructure is leading us to the hinterland, which in turn is allowing people to live in newly urbanized and peri-urbanized areas, taking a lot of pressure of the city of Kolkata. So that has been one of the most important pillars on which the real estate is built. And of course, the other is real estate. And if you see the numbers in real estate, the biggest number in real estate we are seeing is West Bengal is going to be 42% urbanized from 32% urbanized in about 10, 12 years, which means an additional requirement of housing of 15 million people. But we can also see that India, with respect to the Indian average of 38, 39%, we are going to be more organized than the Indian average. We're going to be higher. So West Bengal needs more effort on the urbanization side, and that is what the figures are saying. A very important thing which has also come forward, we're seeing that West Bengal has done very well in EWS housing. And if you see the numbers, again extrapolated over the next 10 years, we can see the total requirement with respect to the country. Our shortfall will only be 5%, where it is 10%. So it shows how much the private sector and the government sector has worked together to create this EWS housing. Also very important thing is, of the 38 lakhs houses which have been approved, more than under the EWS schemes, more than 72% has already been completed, which again talks about the very strong trajectory the government is taking, and it is one of the highest numbers in the country. And one small data which is very interesting is the demographic dividend of West Bengal continues to be higher than the rest of the country. The age group of 25 to 49 years will be about 53% of West Bengal's population in 2036. So that leads to a very great situation in terms of the employment thing. So in conclusion, this industry is there to grow. It's cusp of great times. And also, we will strive to West Bengal, make all of us sit together and make West Bengal a kind of leader in terms of social and equitable development, and so that we can bring great glory to the state. So once again, thank you very much, and thank you for coming to Statecon, and thank you to our esteemed guests over here to have found time today morning to come to us. Thank you and welcome to NatCon. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was Sri Tamal Ghoshal, who is the convener of Statecon 2023. May I now call upon Sri Apurva Salarpuria, Vice President, Credai, Bengal, to take over as the session moderator. Sri Apurva Salarpuria.
Dignitaries on and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to Statecon 2023. We have a very interesting session ahead of us, and let me quickly remind you that Bengal is open for business. Bengal has been welcoming business. Let us try and examine how we as stakeholders can engage with the government and take advantage of the opportunities that Bengal presents us. Please, put your hands together and join me in welcoming Shri Debashi Sen IS and MD WB HITCO, who will talk to us about the opportunities in Bengal. Sir.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, my dear colleagues on the stage and Credai representatives. May I welcome you to, on behalf of the state government, to Kolkata, those who are from outside, and to Dhanodhanya Auditorium, which is a brainchild of the Honorable Chief Minister. The extremely interesting shape in the form of a conch shell, if you notice from the outside, it looks absolutely fantastic, especially at night time. Please understand, since you are in the real estate sector, you will understand the amount of effort it had gone to make its making. Of course, it was made by the PWD, and HITCO, the engineers and managers, are now operating it. Having said that, I will make a few points, especially from those who are coming from outside Kolkata, outside West Bengal, that some of the opportunities that may directly concern you. Some recent policy initiative, my colleague and very well-known officer, Mr. Khalil Ahmed in the Urban Development Department, and Ms. Marki Mahapatra, extremely efficient land secretary and very, very difficult portfolio, together got their heads together under the leadership of the Chief Secretary and the Chief Minister to change a decade-long tradition. More than 13 years, ever since the land allotment policy was promulgated in West Bengal in November 2012, all land that government allotted used to be on a leasehold basis. For the first time this year, the land allotment policy of the government has been amended by the land department, enabling government unit entities like HITCO, like KMDA, like ADDA to allot land on a freehold basis. This was, if I may say, a long-standing demand of the real estate community, and Credai itself had articulated the problems several times to the government. What is more, very recently also, again from the Urban Development Department, there has been a scheme that if in this intervening 12 years or so, you had got a piece of land that was given to you on a leasehold basis and you wanted to change, you can pay a small premium and make it freehold. It's a remarkable thing, and entire thing is completely online. So very less bureaucracy, just apply, upload the documents, and you pay the fees, and here you are. We are getting a very large number of applications in this, and these are getting processed as I speak. This is just to show you that on the 17th of January this year, this notification was promulgated by the Urban Development Department. So it's there, it's real. Any part of Bengal, from North Bengal to the Sundarbans, if there is a government land that has been allotted with a 999 or 99 or 30 years lease, here is your way to make it a freehold, and then you are the sole owner. I think these two initiatives will help the land market grow up. A few other initiatives there are opportunities that are still there, is the Bengal FinTech Hub. This is in Newtown, and this is a picture of all the institutions, financial institutions that are in various stages of growing up. I believe Mr. Bomani is from Mumbai, and Mumbai is the financial capital of India. We acknowledge that. But in 2012, Honorable Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee had laid the foundation stone of the FinTech Hub in Newtown, and this is where it stands. 28 financial institutions, starting from State Bank of India, HDFC, Bandhan, and what have you. And these are in various stages of development. It has come up. Opportunity, 11 plots are still left, around 13 acres of various sizes. So here is an opportunity, especially calling all the financial institutions and startups. We know how quickly the FinTech scenario is transforming itself, starting from UPI to all kinds of new innovations that are coming in. A success story for Bengal, like the FinTech Hub in Newtown, the Honorable Chief Minister had laid the foundation stone much later in 2018, August 2018, 248 acres. It didn't come in a day. Initially, she announced 100 acres, then another 100 acres were added, then another 50 acres, 248 acres of land, all plots allotted, 30,000 crores of rupees are expected to be invested. This is an imaginary picture, it's an artist's impression, but at various stages, starting from LTI, Mindtree to Reliance to very TCS, all people are working round the clock because as we know in the days of ChatGPT and AI, data servers and data are extremely important, and a very large, Calcutta is emerging, fast emerging as one of the top 3 data centers of the country. I will now come to smaller areas where the government of West Bengal has taken a very great initiative in monetizing land. You are here in Alipur, and in Alipur itself, we will have some story to tell you about. Some recent in Alipur, Zone 4, what we call this, you are now in Dhanodhanno, just go 100 meters further down the road where you disembark from your car, and you have the gate of what is known as the Alipur Zone 4. And when we did in August 2022 the auction, there were 5 bidders. And these were 5 bidders, mind you, these were all serious bidders because as you know, in all tenders of the government, there is a 2% earnest money. So 236 crore was the bid starting price. So 2% of that would be something. All of them paid. There was fierce competition, and 236 rose to 390 crores, and Palladium Constructions got the bid. In Nonadaga, where is Nonadaga? We'll tell you. It's near Ruby Hospital. It's near Fortis. It's near Urbana. 236 crore was the starting point for 10 acres. Again, it was taken up at 302 crores. BL Shah Road is in Taliganj. If you go there, you can see the Tolly Club. And it is in proper Kolkata, starting this year, January. 125 crore was the starting price. 6 people with serious responsive bidders took part, and Godrej Properties got it at almost double price, 230 crore, as you can see in the second last column. Again, Nonadaga 5 acre, 116 was the starting price, 126 price was the bid price. Shonkolpo is in Newtown. It was a half-constructed building. It was there in Newtown, lying because of some reason or the other, unfinished. So with structure, 6.2 acres of land were auctioned. And there were 3 bidders, and 181 was the starting price, 203 crores was the bid amount fetched. And let us see what Shonkolpo has become now. This is purely taken from their publicity and marketing complex, which seems to be everywhere around in Kolkata. This is their advertisement, but we can see the towers on the upfront, and I think they have renamed it very innovatively at Town Square in the heart of Newtown. And as per their advertisements, it's 2.3 crore only upwards. So this is what is happening. This is what is the e-monetization policy of the government is taking off. As I was just mentioning, Alipur Zone 400 meters from this place, this is the present situation. They have already started soil investigations, boundary wall, security. You can't go in. Our photographer couldn't go in. They had to take it from the signboard. This was taken day before yesterday. 10.5 acres in Nonadaga. It is going to be given very soon, but this is the lay of the land. Dense residential complexes everywhere, and the government allowed mixed residential or commercial uses. 10.5 acres, gone. BL Shah Road, Taliganj, I told you, this is just to show you the place, it's gone, 7.44 acres. Nonadaga 2, 5 acres, gone to Ambuja Realty, 120 acres, this is the lay of the land. Soon allotment formalities are to be completed. This is just to show that how e-monetization policy of the government is happening in practice. And now we give you something to think about. Each one of you, if you are belonging to Credai, you should have something to think about, plan about right away. The two plots that are going to come, again we are in Nonadaga. Nonadaga, don't get upset with Nonadaga because nobody in Kolkata knows where Nonadaga is, but you would certainly know where Ruby More is, Ruby Hospital is, Fortis is, where Urbana is, where the International School is, where Toyota showroom is. It is that portion, very, very important portion of Kolkata near bypass. So 1.69 acres and 1.38 acres, it is being planned, and we are having estimated starting prices to be confirmed. And near each of these, something very, very interesting is happening. My colleague Rajesh Pandey is there, and he is planning to do a Unity Mall in the plot number 2, and we hope that will also trigger further development in the area. About Nonadaga, another few is, I'll take you to these areas, travel with me along the EM bypass, and I will take you there. But look at the 5th one. This is an opportunity here and now. Here and now, the last date of submission, it is there in the public domain. Last date of bid submission is 29th of this month. 310 crore is the starting price, 5 acre near the Milan Mela ground. Where is Milan Mela ground for those who do not belong to Kolkata? It's now called Bishwa Bangla Mela Prangon. It is near Science City. It is near JW Marriott. It is near ITC Royal, very almost abutting, not exactly, almost abutting the EM bypass. So this is the place of 5 acres. It is absolutely, we show it on a Google map, we show it on the side. If you look very carefully, you will find the Bishwa Bangla Mela Prangon on the left, and you will find the JW Marriott on the right, and in between is this. This is a place we suggest that 50% you will have to do for a budget hotel. There are lots of ITC Royals, but people who come for the exhibition and others need a budget hotel. So that is why a budget hotel on the 50% of the floor space to be generated, and otherwise you can do residential, commercial, mix, or what have you. No bars, completely freehold, and you start doing it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I remind you, 29th September is the day before you must decide. The other thing is, again on the EM bypass, I'm still on the EM bypass. Very recently, other things have happened, other developments are going to take place. So this is another land where 10 acres and 5 acres are going to be made available. Just 1 or 2 final land demarcation issues are being sorted out. Again, going back to Nonadaga, 1.69 acres, just showing the location where it is. And again, another one, 1.38, just showing the location we have already discussed. And Nonadaga, again, 12 acres. This is very difficult to assemble 12 acres of compact land in Kolkata. So if you are planning for a big project, and it will be given on a freehold basis, either for a residential or commercial, any mix that you choose to, this is the place to be in. As I have already indicated, 10.5 acres have been grabbed away. Another 12 acres is going to come. Just start planning. It's not yet in the public domain, but I invite you to come and visit. We'll be happy to conduct any exploratory tours with anyone who wishes to be there. Talking about, let's come away from pure virgin real estate parts of the planet Earth, and a few examples of constructed space that we are bringing. This is a vertical city proposed. The government has got, in principle, approval from the World Trade Center community from New York based, and this will be part of the World Trade centers in Mumbai and many other places that we have. This is the structure that is the artist's impression done by C.P. Credai of Delhi, who had done the Nalanda University and some parts of new developments in Delhi. And this is going to come. So start thinking of ways to use it and start thinking of how to partner with the government. This is something very interesting. We have all heard of airport. How many of us have heard of a bus port? This is a part of an effort of the government of West Bengal to shift pollution levels in Victoria Memorial. As we know, we are under High Court's orders, so there was some decision in the past that bus terminals should be taken away from near the Victoria Memorial. One of the plots that was envisaged in the past is in Newtown on a 10-acre plot of land. There will be arrival and departure base separated, grade separated, much like in airports. And 46,000 square meters will be the place that has to be generated, square feet. And 325 crores is the estimated cost of this whole structure. Other than the bus port, the tall structures that you can see, it is done by Aegis, a French company, architect company, and it is to offset the cost of the bus terminus. And we are now getting a transaction advisor to model the PPP project. We expect you to build and give the bus port to us, that is the government, to the transport department, and whoever will give additional floors, the more part of it, wins the tender. But since these are very, very abstruse tenders, we are getting hold of a transaction advisor to put it in a legalistic form, and very soon will come out in the market. These are advanced information. The last point that I would deal about after land, after constructed place, is the building up of townships. There was a mention in the morning by the introductory speaker about how West Bengal's urbanization is going to increase from 31% to 32% as per some estimates. And one of the ways to hold this urban population is in new townships. Therefore, the Urban Development Department had promulgated the township rules in 2008. And there are certain guidelines, but very basically, build something for the poor, don't allow slums to happen, have some theme townships, don't make it a dormitory town, and have something to be publicly beneficial, like public amenities, very easy terms, very easy to understand, to help all of you. And with this, and 50 acres is as of now the minimum amount of land that you can get, you should have for a township to be built. So this is a success story. You saw that the township policy was in 2008. It was further improvised and improved upon in 2017 or something. And last week I had been to Siliguri to see this. It is done by the Ambuja Group, 81 acres of land. It is completed. Its completion certificate has just been issued for this township as success for the township policy of the government of West Bengal. There is another kind of success story about the township measure. All the conditions have been done, but this time it is done by the state government, by HITCO, and in Gitobitan, in Shanti Niketan, all the township has been ready, plots are ready. We are fighting a minor court case. Otherwise, it's one of the most affordable plots in Shantiniketan, Gurudev's Shantiniketan, and there's a lot of interest in this. We are just hoping that the court case will be settled. Nothing to do with us, but it's talking about some land acquisition proceedings. But the township is finished. And this is almost my second last slide. It compares one public township versus two private townships. The Ambuja township that I just showed is completed. If you see the last line stage of the project, is completion certificate issued, 81 acres, but this land belonged to the government. It was given on e-auction, but all tenets of the township policy, like EWS, like having a theme, like having public amenities, were all obeyed, and and that is why the completion certificate has been given. Now they are free to sell the plots in the way they decide. So it's done already. Then we come to Satya Homes, where cabinet approval, 55 acres, skill development city, cabinet approval was given only 24th July, that's 2 months ago, and the development permission has been issued. So now they are going to develop this township in its full form. And the last one, success story, is Innovative Township by the Forum Group, and this in Jagdishpur, 56 acres. Cabinet approval was given in May 23, and master plan approval has just been given, so they are now free to develop. And that brings me to my last slide, that if you are enthused about the 3 success stories and the Shantiniketan one, that makes it 4. So there are more opportunities lying your way in Asansol, in Kalyani, in Baruipur, where government land is available. You just have to go through the township policy, agree, and express your interest that you would be interested in building this city. And in that case, the matter will be brought in the public domain for the tender formalities to begin. So this is West Bengal. This is opportunities in the real estate sector. We have not talked about other sectors where I'm sure my other colleagues will be joining in. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing with us about so many of the initiatives of the government and also giving us a sneak preview into the upcoming monetization. On behalf of Credai, we would assure you that we will partner you in all of these initiatives, and anywhere where we can assist you with road shows or spreading the word about future monetization or initiatives, we'll be more than happy to partner with you in doing this. Thank you so much. Friends, at Credai, we work very, very closely with multiple government departments associated with our industry, whether it is UD department, whether it is land and land reforms, whether it is housing, whether it is even MSME, which works with a lot of industrial parks, etc., whether it's KMC, whether it's fire, and many, many more. And I must tell you that having worked in multiple states, this is one of the most receptive states in terms of our thoughts, to the extent that sometimes we find that we are behind and the government is already thinking beyond what we are asking. So, on that note, there are, a lot of initiatives which have happened as far as ease of doing business in the state is concerned in the field of real estate. And I would, please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Shri Rajesh Pandey, IS and Principal Secretary, MSME Textile Department, Government of West Bengal. And sir, if you could tell us a little bit about the EODB measures which the state has taken.
A very good morning to all of you. Shri Debashish Sen sir, my colleagues Shri Khalil Ahmed, Shri Rajesh Sinha, Smarki Mahapatra, Mr. Swaroop, office bearers of Credai India and Credai West Bengal, and dear friends. After Sen sir has spoken about opportunities, let me talk about how government can help you in ensuring that whatever you are planning for the opportunities goes with the least hassles. So before I come to the presentation, let me take this opportunity to inform that the government of West Bengal for quite a number of years has been working towards improving the ease of doing business, bringing more and more transparency in the government systems, bringing more and more services from offline to online mode, so that there is a least physical touch point as far as the services are concerned. There has been a number of initiatives which in the past couple of years we've taken in order to ensure that there is a reduction in timelines. There are act specified, like probably you are all aware that the state of West Bengal is one of the very few states which has a Right to Public Service Act. This act came up in 2013, and a number of services, number of licenses, NOCs, they have been notified under this act, where the timelines for issuing such NOCs, certificates, etc. have been codified. Besides that, there are a number of initiatives which we have been taking, and it would be my pleasure to take you through all these initiatives. As on behalf of the state government, my department, the MSME and Textiles department, has been for the last few years doing and bringing these various initiatives for the ease of business, for the ease of industry, for the ease of MSMEs, and for services. So I'll begin with the presentation. The outline is basically how, since this is a Credai session, I would be mainly focusing on the areas where the EODB initiatives intersect with the real estate sector. How the state government has tirelessly trying to bring more and more services from offline to online mode. And here we would talk about the revamped Shilp Sathi portal. As you are all aware, the state has a single window system where through a single sign-on, if you want to apply to as many number of applications, as many number of licenses, incidentally, we have close to 106 services available on the Shilp Sathi portal, and this has been revamped since last 1 year, and now 106 services are available for a single sign-on. I will explain what does this mean and how does this help. Then we have what are the services which are there, which relate to the real estate sector. Next, I would talk about how the state government emphasizes on transparent governance. Next, self-regulations. How we, trust the applicants and the developers. Faster service delivery. How infrastructure support is leading to greater ease of doing business. And then there are certain other initiatives which we have been doing, which is cutting across, various sectors. Does not imply only for the real estate. I'll talk about the reduction in burdensome compliances. How some of the minor offenses in various acts and rules have been decriminalized, so that there is, the all-pervasiveness of government is reduced to the extent possible. There are certain obsolete laws which have been identified for repealing. Some have already been repealed. Then there are certain sector-specific online systems. We have, within the Shilp Sathi, there are modules which we have worked on. And then there is a next stage of ease of doing business where we are moving towards deemed approval. So the deemed approval is basically if for certain services within a certain time period an approval does not, either the approval or disapproval doesn't come, then it would be deemed to have been approved. So this is exactly what I would like to go. Now some of the snapshots, I think in the past couple of years, these are taken from the various newspaper cuttings. So Kolkata records close to 40,000 property registrations just between 6-7 months of 2021, immediately well within the COVID period. Most improved big state in governance. We've been regularly receiving the Government of India awards, various other awards for ease of doing business. Then the Millennium Post, Times of India, various other, this thing. So I come to straight away to the revamped Shilp Sathi portal, that's the single window system. Now, as I mentioned, close to 106 services are available on this portal. You just have to go, sign in there, and you will find all the services belonging to these major departments. There are other departments also, I haven't mentioned that. Single interface, so you don't have to visit any other website. No departmental website, just visit this site. We've all interconnected them through API, and seamlessly you can apply. Suppose you want to apply for a power connection, simultaneously also want to apply for fire permissions, environment clearances, land related issues, etc., you can do that. And there is a system assisted wizard, there is a common application form. So once you have submitted a document, that same document will go to all these applications, and wherever document is required, this can be uploaded here. Now, one very important reform which we have done is a third party verification. Now, what happens is when a license is issued, many times it happens that an office does not know whether this license or permission is genuine or not. So people can go to this website, and if this license has been issued from this website, you can just check, and the system will tell you, yes, this is a verified NOC or a license. So this will cut down on the times. Then we have a quick response team, etc. We are providing various investor related issues on this. This is the statistics. We started the revamped Shilp Sathi on 1st of January this year. And with only about 50 services, now we have close to 106 services. More than 310,000 applications were submitted, of which almost 95% have been disposed of within the time period. This chart gives various applications. These are few of the applications, large numbers, where this has been disposed of. So the system is functioning, and I would urge all of you to please go through it, utilize this to the maximum extent possible, because this is something which is providing you a seamless experience. Now, what all are the major services available on this? Starting with the single window system for building plan sanctions, the Urban Development Department has been taking great interest in this, and they have, and not only urban development, we also have for the rural areas. So even for the panchayat areas, the building plan sanction module has been integrated with the Shilp Sathi. Then we have land mutation, conversion, payment of land revenue from the land department, fire licenses, all categories of FSR, FSC, etc., they are there. Then permission for storage, stacking, etc. on construction sites, property registration, mutation and payment. So this is also there. Once there is a e-registration, and then once the registration has been done, there is a possibility of automatic auto mutation, which can be triggered from this portal itself. So that has also been enabled. Trade license. Now, trade license used to be a very difficult process. Now it is real time, both in urban areas as well as rural areas. So you apply for trade license and you get it, you can download the license also from the system itself. There are some checks to ensure that there are, people do not misrepresent things, but then that is post issue of license, the check is there. Electricity connection, environment clearances, all environment clearances, whatever are required, are available. ULC clearances recently been brought by the Urban Development Department and integrated with the Shilp Sathi. Tree felling permission and transit pass. These are also now integrated with this system. Among the construction permissions, all these permissions, if you can see, I would not like to read all of them, but most of the important permissions which are required along with the building plan sanctions, they are all there. So you can apply through the system, and then this would be generated from the system itself. For power connection, the electricity connection, application, etc., approval for lift installation, approval for DG set installation, all this is integrated here. Land and property clearances, so land conversion, mutation, e-auction, etc., registration, etc. These are all submission of e-deeds, as I mentioned earlier, payment of stamp duty, and land revenue, property tax, etc. These are all integrated on the system. And mind you, once you have registered, then you need not enter your particulars again and again. So the system would recognize you when you log in next time. Fire services, we have FSR, we have FSC, their original permissions as well as their renewals. Pollution clearances, all these clearances are available on the system. Then as I mentioned earlier, all the other different kind of licenses like Swede, extraction of groundwater, it's available, tree felling permission, non-forest land, licenses under Contract Labor Act, payment of labor welfare contribution, etc. They are all available on this. Now I come to what are the various other services which we have introduced on the through the ease of doing business cell of our state government. So inspection procedure. This is more for the our labor department. Majorly, we have set up a centralized inspection system, and in which we have the labor department, we have the other fire, power, etc. So what we have is, there would be a, if you apply through the single window system, then synchronized inspection is possible. So all these departments will go on a system determined time for the inspection. So you don't have to worry about different inspection timings, different inspection schedules for these various departments. The inspections are restricted to checklist. These checklists are available in the public domain. Then there are randomization in the centralized inspection system. We've done a system of randomization of inspectors. So let's say a factory inspector, there are or an inspector for legal metrology. So they would be randomized, and the inspectors cannot decide who will go. The system will decide who will go for inspection. Then online report submission. Within 48 hours, the inspection report would be available on the inspection system, and it can be downloaded from the system itself. And surprise inspections for certain categories of inspections, risk-based units, the surprise inspections are not permitted. So for all licenses, inspection by labor department was there earlier. Now for low risk, that is up to 9 employees, only self-certification sufficient. Then for medium employees, there are third-party inspections. So the department does not do any inspection. Similarly, for building plan inspections by urban local bodies, for low-risk buildings, up to 10-meter height and up to 250 square meter built-up areas, is no inspection, and the approval is granted based on self-certification. So these are the various inspection procedures have been simplified, and ease in doing business with the eye on ease of doing business. Similarly, for licenses under WBPCB, for green category, there is no certification. For orange category, third-party certification is required. Now, self-regulation and trust-based licenses. So trade license is the biggest example of trust-based licenses which we are issuing. This is completely, real time. You have to just apply, and the system will generate a trade license. Similarly, know your property, auto generation of apportionment date and time at the respective property registration offices, auto mutation after property registration, which I mentioned earlier, and registration and enrollment under professional tax. These are all real time. Would not ask too many questions. Another major issue which we have brought in is, reform which we have brought in is auto renewal of licenses approvals. There are certain categories of licenses where if you pay the license renewal fees and there is no untoward report in the system, then the licenses get renewed automatically. There is no inspection, nothing, no other questions are asked. There are certain 12 or 15 services, we have brought them under this auto renewal phase. And not only that, there are certain renewal licenses where renewals were required every year. What we have done is, the periodicity of the licenses have been increased depending on the what the consumer or the applicant chooses. So somewhere the licenses can be renewed at one go for 5 years, at one go for 10 years, at one go for 15 years. So that is the kind of, but this is for certain selected, licenses approvals. We, for those who want details, we can certainly provide them later. Then electrical inspector's approval has been dispensed with for installations up to 200 kVA. So these are trust-based, reforms where self-regulation is depended upon. Documentation, another big area which we have tried to reform is reducing the documents required for various applications. So, like for mutation of land for setting up industries, earlier it required 8 documents, now we brought down to 5. Conversion required 10 documents, brought down to 5. Registration, 11 documents, we brought down to 6. Consent to establish, consent to operate for green category, from 7 we brought down to 2. Then red and orange category from 9 to 6. Electrical connection from 5 to 2. Trade license from 5 to 2. And registration property tax 3 to nil. So these are just sample, examples. In almost all the services, we have tried to bring down the number of documents required. Or wherever there are large number of documents, we have brought them together in a single document so that duplicity and people don't have to upload too many documents. Similarly, number of services have been brought under the WB RTPS, as I was mentioning earlier, the West Bengal Right to Public Service Act 2013. Many services have been brought. These are only sample few which intersect with the real estate sector. So these are the services, and these are all, when I was showing the graph earlier, the chart, the approvals are all within the timelines. So 95% of the sanctions, when I mentioned earlier, of out of 310,000 services, almost 95% were within the timelines. This is another area where the my department in MSME and Textiles department, we brought in a new scheme, the scheme for approved industrial parks. We have been, developing a lot of industrial parks through under PPP mode, and these are the areas where, in the real estate sector, those who have developed, certain minimum amount of built space, they can apply for various SAIP parks. Recently, we had published a wholesale apparel park under PPP, and we have got a PPP arrangement with one of the leading developers of the city, which is being taken forward. These are other support which we are giving. We have the GIS based mapping of all the lands available with us across all the industrial parks, whether it is with WBIDC or WBIIDC or WBSIDC or anywhere else. These are all available. It will also provide the infrastructure which is available with those lands, and then the type of industries and the common facilities which are available. So all this is available. It's just this will lead to, I hope, lead to the spurring the growth in this sector. Then, as I mentioned earlier, there are various other reforms which we have brought in. I'll just like to go quickly over them, because these are sector agnostic. These are across the whole, across the board in the whole government we've done in the last 2-3 years. So close to 900 burdensome compliances have been reduced across 23 departments since 2022. Around 22 provisions of urban development and municipal affairs department decriminalized this year itself. 367 provisions under labor and urban development department are under review for decriminalization, and 24 obsolete laws have been repealed within this last 1 year. Going forward, as I was mentioning in the Shilp Sathi single window module, we have separate modules. So for the hotel or restaurant industry, where close to 30 licenses are required to start a hotel or a 3-star hotel or a restaurant, we brought them into a separate module within this single window system. For green firecracker also, recently we've developed this, and through this we hope that we will try to support and provide support to this industry, which is largely unregulated so far. then we can, the applications can be tracked in real time. Notifications will go on status change through email and SMS, provided the respective emails and SMSs are, registered with the system. And then the licenses approvals can be downloaded from the dashboard. Last but not the least, recently we brought these 8 services under the Labor Department for deemed approval. So unless the rejection is provided for these 8 services within the 30 days, they would be deemed to have been approved. So I would not like to read them. For those who want details, we can share the presentation, and for further discussion, we are available here. This is another area where now we are working. For the last about 6 months or so, we are now working on ascertaining the cost of regulations. Now, over time, or last maybe 50 years, 60 years, or maybe over the century, number of regulations, number of provisions, number of permissions, NOCs have been brought in by various acts, rules, etc. We are now working on identifying what is the cost of enforcement. Because apart from the time which is spent, time is spent both by the entrepreneur as well as the government offices. What is the cost? What is the cost on maintaining those systems, offline or online? What is the cost of training the staff, grievance redressal, etc., processing those applications, inspections, etc., etc. So this is on the part of the government. Now, what is the cost for the industry? So on 4 counts, we are trying to work this. The administrative cost. So while making an application, submitting records, liaisoning, etc., intermediary costs, training, providing information, third parties, certification by a chartered accountant, etc. Delays. Many times the delays have a huge cost. So this also requires to be understood. And then statutory costs, what are those? So this is the next phase of ease of doing business, which we are now working. And hopefully within 6 months to 1 year, maybe some kind of a framework would be built in, and then we would work on this. So with this, I thank you all, and I hope that more and more members from this sector would utilize the services of this single window system. And I hope wherever there are issues, please let us know. We are always there to improve the services. We are always there to improvise on whatever has been given. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing these details with us. You know, a lot of these conveniences are being enjoyed not just by our Credai members and real estate developers, but by lakhs of homeowners and small businesses. So thank you so much, and we will continue to work with your department in furthering the ease of doing business as we move along. The proof, as they say, sir, lies in the pudding. And when a lot of our members actually ask us for addresses when we invite them for interaction with government departments, tell us that they actually are not going to the departments, work is happening online. So thank you so much for that, sir. And on that note, we'll quickly take advantage of having all our senior dignitaries here, and I'll request Mr. Siddharth Pansari, President Credai Bengal, to please take up a few questions which we have received from our members.
Sir, like always, industry starts saying, "By do this for us, do that for us." Today, to turn it around, sir, rather than asking government to do things for us, sir, Devashi sir is here, Rajesh sir is here. Let me begin by asking you, sir, what we as an industry can do to come together to do for the government or the society. What are the areas in which we could help the government? Which are the areas perhaps, Credai members should focus on CSR or partner or collaborate with the government, sir? Any of you or both of you, sir?
That is, of course, very helpful and very, very interesting suggestion. We thought it will be always demands on you. Now that you are invoking CSR, we would be very, very grateful in discussing with you for the weaker sections of the society, for the sustainable development, for generally increasing the welfare of those to whom the benefits are difficult to reach, and where the government is not very in an optimum position to do it. I'll take an example that in Newtown, people often used to complain during the summer season that elder citizens, They said we have to walk long distances. Our knees are getting weak. Could we have a few benches on the way? Very simple job government can also do. But I asked Mr. Pansari, can you do it? And he did it. And so many people I've a great pleasure in seeing that elder citizen taking a bit of rest on their way to whatever they are going. So small, tiny improvements for the general welfare, if you can come forward, and especially for sustainable development, I would be very happy.
We'll always try our best. Rajesh sir, आप कुछ बोले? Ma'am, Devashi sir already said about certain reforms in the land department and the leasehold to freehold, ma'am. I'm sure a lot more is also happening. Some of our members would not be knowing all of the work that has been done in the past few months. Would you want to elaborate on certain aspects, ma'am?
Yeah, I will just add to what Devashi sir was talking about. That is basically government land being given on freehold. So sir had basically mentioned the land that falls under the purview of the Urban Development Department. But further to the decision in January, then the government also decided that all government land which has been given on lease or which would be given on lease could also be settled on a freehold basis. So in this, there are 3-4 categories that would probably be of interest here. One is the normal lease. Usually, see, if you're doing a project, there might be a small parcel of land which is government land. So you've taken it on lease for, say, 99 years. This land can now be converted into freehold, which means that every time you do a transaction on this land, you don't really have to come back to us. You become owner of the land, and then the housing project or whatever you're doing can just be done there. Similar provision has also, which will be interesting for the people who work in Calcutta, in and around Calcutta, even Khas Mahal land of Calcutta itself has been brought into this purview. So many of you might know with Khas Mahal land, actually the original settlers have gone away and there have been illegal transactions where it has been shifted from person to person. Right now the person sitting may be the 5th or the 6th so-called owner. So we have also decided that this person will be recognized by the government, and on the payment of a certain amount of fees, this person will then be settled with this land on a freehold basis. So I think this would be very useful for Calcutta land. Third is the erstwhile industrial land. We already have provisions for change of use. So many of you who work in Bengal might know that our land laws were very strict, and the land that was meant for factory could not actually be used for anything else. So in 2020, the government took a decision that this would be liberalized. So change of use of all this factory land has also been allowed. Basically, there are all areas all around Calcutta like Howrah, Barakpur, etc., which used to be factory areas before, but now they are not fit for factories. These plots of land are much more suitable for housing, residential projects, etc. So these kind of lands have been brought into this purview. So this transaction between the retainer of the land who had set up the factory and the current owner of the land to whom he has transferred the land, albeit illegally in our terms, would also be recognized, and this transaction would be done with that person, and this freehold can be settled to them also. So I think these are 2 or 3 things which are very important, which would make a lot of differences, particularly in this sector. It would make a lot of difference. Just 1 or 2 other things which I'll mention. We have developed also an e-Khajna module, which means land revenue payment can be done online. The first time registration is a bit tough because all land details have to be given. But once that is done, from the next year onwards, there will be no issue. It will be just like how we go and purchase on Amazon, etc. Similar transaction would just be required for payment of Khajna. So these were the few things which I think are very relevant, which were not covered, so I thought I'll cover them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for informing. We'll just take one last one question before, because we have to vacate this for the CM security. Khalil sir, West Bengal rate of urbanization is going faster than the national average of 39%. To maintain this, sir, how are we going to urbanize faster? Which are the areas that you see getting urbanized faster, sir?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the question, sir. After the presentation which Sir Sen sir has given and Rajesh Pandey sir has given, they have given a very enlightened presentation on the topic. The question, coming to the specific question, At the outset, I will say that with the Credai, we are working as a partner. In fact, this is the only state where we officially engage Credai in rule making, in policy making, and take all their advices on board, and then we go ahead. So this is the great achievement of the government in the sense that we have full trust on Credai, and so that whatever they come with, we have a long working relationship with them. As far as the urbanization rate, you said that somebody in presentation was giving that 42%, the rate has gone up to 42% is expected rate. So we are concentrating on the peri-urban area of the city. Over there, the state is open to changes in LUDCP, LUMR, alignment. These are the ways by which we can increase the urbanization in the peri-urban areas. The new tools of the development for the urbanization, like TOD, transit orient development, we have already incorporated, because for the metro areas we are giving extra FAR. Somebody was talking from Bombay that whether we are giving differential FSI or not. We are giving differential FSIs. In fact, for the affordable housing, EWS, we are giving a differential FSI. Whatever reform Niti Aayog has been asking us to do, we are trying to follow it. In fact, we are trying to do better than those, including the TDRs. As far as changes in legislation is concerned, earlier legislation, what Pandey Sahib has said, that we are modifying very, very closely and very quietly about the, so that decentralization of power is done as far as the building route sanction amendment is concerned. By this way, we will be able to control and cut the red tapeism. Township policy, sir said just now, we are working on it, how to improve it. That is also area where we are working out it. As far as urbanization in the slum area is concerned, the government has come with a lot of amendment in Thika laws. This will improve the quality of living of the people in the slum area and Basti area. And we are involving a lot of private people also there for development in this respect. Hopefully, we in the next 2-3 years, we will be able to achieve much more with the help of Credai and other organizations. Thank you very much.
All our dignitaries on the dais, thank you so much for collaborating with us and making, this a very, very engaging and interesting session. The composition and spirit of this discussion is, truly reflects the spirit of collaboration between the government of West Bengal and Credai. The government has been very proactive in pushing through reforms and making it easier for us to do business in Bengal. Some of the things we spoke about, the policy on converting leasehold holdings to freehold will bring joy to thousands of homeowners. The revised policy on industrial lands will bring hundreds of acres into active usage for society. The speedy and efficient implementation of RERA in the state has already brought about huge transparency in the real estate industry and has created a very efficient and effective framework for consumer protection, which has given comfort to thousands of home buyers. And as they say that, what SEBI did to the capital markets in the 90s, RERA is doing to the housing industry, and it's becoming one of the most organized industries across the country. Sir, we will continue to work with the government, and we look forward to continuing this partnership. EODB, as we know, is not a destination, it's a journey, and we hope to walk hand in hand with you through this journey on a regular basis. With that, again, thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone, for joining us, and we'll quickly, have a break and move to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we request a group photograph to commemorate this occasion? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As our distinguished guests move backstage, may I request all of you to kindly remain seated, and we would take this opportunity of calling on to the dais some of our sponsors, our title sponsor, our platinum sponsors, and some of our gold sponsors. Our title sponsors, ICICI Bank. May I request Mr. Akash Raghav, State Head, West Bengal and Sikkim, and City Business Head, Kolkata, Mr. Akash Raghav, to kindly come up onto the dais, and we would have a presentation from our title sponsor. May I also request our platinum sponsors to kindly join us for their presentations, and they are K Wires and Cables, Prince Pipes, S-Form, Ultramax TMT, as also Coney Elevators and Escalators, our gold sponsor. But right now we begin with our title. Can I please request all of you to kindly remain seated, as this would immediately be followed by the session in which the Honorable Chief Minister would be present, and movement has been prohibited by the security team of the Chief Minister. So kindly do not move away from your seats. This is a request to all of you on behalf of the CM security team, that do not move away from your seats. Right. So the presentation by our title sponsor, ICICI, and this would be done by Shri Akash Raghav.
Very difficult. Hi. Good afternoon to everybody. I'm Akash Raghav. I represent ICICI Bank. I hope I'm audible. Yeah? So I think the first session was very nice, and we saw how so much of development in Bengal is happening, and how, first of all, I'd like to thank Credai and all the dignitaries who were there up on the stage, as well as all of you sitting here. More importantly, I'll just try to give you a quick snapshot of yeah, we can request Credai team if there is, of course, there is too much of movement, so we can do it maybe at a later point. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks.
We absolutely apologize. The stage has to be reset for the Honorable Chief Minister's program, and it is difficult to concentrate and speak at this point. So we would surely like to hear from our title sponsors, ICICI Bank, later. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know that right after the first session is over, and we are going to move on with the second session, which is the Honorable CM's session, in which she would be present, and there would be other presentations, the release of reports, a very significant session. But session 3 and 4 are actually going to be very, very engaging sessions, and we would request all of you to kindly stay back for session 3 and session 4, because there are presentations from a lot of institutions, which promises to bring a completely new vision, a completely new dimension to our perceptions, and therefore we would request all of you to kindly stay back for sessions 3 and 4. আমাদের এই মুহূর্তে একটু স্টেজটিকে মঞ্চটিকে ঠিকঠাক করে নিতে হচ্ছে মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর অনুষ্ঠানের জন্যে। এই অনুষ্ঠানটি শেষ হয়ে গেলেই আমাদের যে তৃতীয় এবং চতুর্থ যে অধ্যায়গুলি থাকছে সেগুলিও কিন্তু অত্যন্ত আকর্ষণীয়, এবং আপনাদের সকলকে বলবো যে সেই অনুষ্ঠানগুলির দিকেও অবশ্যই আপনাদের চোখ রাখার জন্যে। শুরু হবে মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী আসা মাত্র আমাদের দ্বিতীয় অধ্যায়।
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Check, 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 check. Check, check.
Quality products are the hallmark of KEI. Our products extend a competitive edge to us in the global arena.
जीवन में आई सुनामी मैंने झेली बड़ी बदनामी मुझे सबने बड़ा समझाया तू प्रिंस क्यों नहीं लाया बंदा मासूम है पर ये तो फैक्ट है चाहता नहीं था प्रिंस ही ओनली फैक्ट है बीवी जी की छोटी ने सुनाया तू प्रिंस क्यों नहीं लाया अपनों ने भी मुंह मोड़ा घर खटिया पाइप ने तोड़ा.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed very happy to announce that the Honorable Chief Minister has already entered the premises of Donodanno and should be here any moment now.
Zero defect Prince pipe से लगा.
तू प्रिंस क्यों नहीं लाया
The Chief Secretary has arrived and would be joining the Honorable Chief Minister at this point.
A firm commitment to be the best of the best. Formnology to make your design come true.
The Dukia industry stands as a symbol of excellence, delivering remarkable quality since 1971. With an annual production capacity of 1 million tons, complying ISO standards. Committed to excellence for over 50 years. We have an integrated steel plant, offering products such as TNT bars, ERW pipes, wire rods, sponge iron, billets, captive power plant and many more. In today's competitive steel industry, Ultramax is a name synonymous with quality. Ultramax TMT bars is recognized all over the country for quality excellence. Ultramax strives to build a stronger nation from its roots through infrastructural and industrial development, creating a thriving economic landscape.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello.
Sharma wanted a big home for his fancy collection of big items, he chose an ICICI Bank home loan and availed a higher loan eligibility without even visiting the branch. ICICI Bank Home Loans. Get more for your home.
The global leader in elevators and escalators. We are guided by our strong mission to improve the flow of urban life. To this effect, we have always imbibed safety, quality, and sustainability into our operations to help our customers make the best of world's cities, buildings, and public spaces, true to our vision to create the best people flow experience. Our Indian roots date back to 1984, and today Koni continues to be a forerunner in the elevator and escalator industry. Our state-of-the-art factory located in Sri Perumbudur near Chennai is India, South and Southeast Asia's largest elevator manufacturing facility, delivering products and solutions not only pan-India but also to neighboring countries like Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. We owe our breakthrough innovations to our 8 global technology centers. The ones in India that work for global and Indian innovations are located in Chennai and Pune. These world-class technology centers work together with customers, partners and research institutes to provide the best-in-class people flow solutions. Our path-breaking experience centers spread across India elevate customer experiences with real-life interactive sessions displaying our technological and aesthetic capabilities. We're an organization of many firsts, such as machine roomless elevator, high-rise labs, ultra-rope, eco-disc motor, jump lift construction time elevator, 24/7 cloud-based connected services. We are pioneers, innovators, creators. We are driven, motivated, empowered. We are here to make your journey safe, reliable, and memorable. Koni, dedicated to people flow.
बच्चा आपकी राशि तुला है और अभी अभी दरवाजा खुला है, परंतु गंभीर विषय ये है कि श्रीमान ने जो दूध दिया है क्या वो तरीके से तुला है? माताजी, आपका मुंह क्यों खुला है? यहाँ देखो, जो बोला वही मिला है। जी हाँ, डाइकिन 5 स्टार AC का ट्रू 1.5 टन जो दे 1.5 टन।
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for your kind information. Thank you so much for waiting so patiently. The Honorable Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is almost here and she would be entering the premises in another 5 minutes or so. So thank you so much for for waiting so patiently for her. আমাদের মধ্যে মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যেই আর খুবই স্বল্প সময়ের মধ্যে এসে পৌঁছে যাবেন। তার জন্যে আমরা সকলেই অপেক্ষমান। আপনাদের সকলকে ধন্যবাদ, আপনারা এত ধৈর্য ধরে অপেক্ষা করছেন তার জন্যে। শুরু হতে চলেছে আমাদের পরবর্তী অধ্যায়। We are once again very, very grateful to announce that the Honorable Chief Minister has arrived and she would now be escorted onto the dais. As soon as she arrives, it goes without saying that we'll greet her with a robust round of applause. আমাদের মধ্যে মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী এসে পৌঁছে গেছেন। আমরা অত্যন্ত আনন্দের সঙ্গে ঘোষণা করছি যে আজকে এই অনুষ্ঠানে তিনি আর কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যেই মানে আর স্বল্প সময়ও বলা যাবে না, ওপর থেকে নিচে থেকে ওপরে আসতে যতটুকু সময় লাগে তার মধ্যেই তিনি মঞ্চে এসে পৌঁছবেন এবং আমরা অত্যন্ত বলাই বাহুল্য কৃতজ্ঞ যে আজকে তার উপস্থিতি আমাদের অনুষ্ঠানকে এক আলাদা মাত্রা, এক আলাদা মর্যাদা দিয়েছে।
Hello, Chief. Hello.
এসে খুলতে হবে। মাননীয়া মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় এখানে আমাদের মঞ্চে উপস্থিতি আসন্ন। মাননীয়া মুখ্যমন্ত্রী আসা মাত্রই আমরা তাকে করতালি দিয়ে স্বাগত জানাবো। ক্রেডাই ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল আয়োজিত স্টেটকন 2023-এর বলা যেতে পারে সব থেকে যেই অধ্যায়টির দিকে আমরা সকলে যেই অধ্যায়টির অপেক্ষা করে রয়েছি সেই অধ্যায়টি শুরু হতে চলেছে। মাননীয়া মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের উপস্থিতিতে আজকে স্টেটকন 2023-এর এই অধ্যায়টি শুরু হতে চলেছে। বলাই বাহুল্য, this is the most significant session of Statecon 2023 organized by Credai West Bengal because of the presence of the Honorable Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, and we can also see the Honorable Minister in charge of Urban Affairs and Urban Development and Municipal Affairs, Janab Firad Hakim with us, and many other distinguished guests. আমাদের আজকের এই অনুষ্ঠানে মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর উপস্থিতিতে আমরা শুরু করতে চলেছি এবং আজকের শুরুতেই আমরা মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী এবং মাননীয় মন্ত্রী এবং অন্যান্য বিশিষ্টজনকে অনুরোধ জানাবো তারা প্রদীপ প্রজ্বলন করে স্টেট কন 2023-এর আনুষ্ঠানিক উদ্বোধন করার জন্যে মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রীকে এবং সেই সঙ্গে সবাইকে আমরা অনুরোধ জানাবো তিনি এটি প্রদীপ প্রজ্বলন করে আমার মনে হয় যে ছবি তোলার স্বার্থে সবাই যদি মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রীকে ঘিরে দাঁড়ান তাহলে এই মুহূর্তটি আরও আমাদের স্মরণে সুবর্ণখচিত হয়ে থাকবে ধন্যবাদ and Shri Harsh Neotia ji also joins us on the dais আমরা তাহলে এবারে অনুরোধ জানাবো উত্তরীয় প্রদান করে মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী এবং অন্যান্য বিশিষ্টজনকে আমরা স্বাগত জানাবো May I now request Siddharth Pansari, President of Credai, Bengal, to present the Uttoriyo মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী বললেন যে আমার দোকানের জিনিস আমায় দিচ্ছ তার কারণ হচ্ছে সেরা জিনিস যদি পেতে হয় তাহলে অবশ্যই এখানেই যেতে হবে May I now request Rahul Dodi, President of the Birbhum and the Burdwan chapter, to give an Uttoriyo to the MIC, Janab Firad Hakim. এবারে আমরা অন্যান্য সমস্ত বিশিষ্ট জনকে উত্তরীয় প্রদান করছি এবং এই উত্তরীয় প্রদানের দায়িত্বে থাকার জন্য আমি অনুরোধ করব তমাল ঘোষাল তো আছেনই হাওড়া এবং হুগলির সেই সঙ্গে সিদ্ধার্থ পানসারিও দিয়েছেন সুচিন্দ্রনাথ রায় প্রেসিডেন্ট ক্রেডাই আসানসোল তিনিও আছেন রাহুল টোরিও আছেন এরা সকলে মিলে উত্তরীয় প্রদান করা হচ্ছে আমাদের মঞ্চে উপস্থিত বিশিষ্ট জনকে এবারে তাহলে আমরা চলে আসি একটি অত্যন্ত বলা যেতে পারে গুরুত্বপূর্ণ অধ্যায় we have with us today Shri H.M. Bengal, MD of Shri Cement. May I request you, sir, to kindly request the Honorable Chief Minister to virtually inaugurate the Shri Cement plant. Sir.
Hello. Ma'am, I am extremely grateful that our Honorable Chief Minister has agreed to inaugurate the plant. I request her to do so. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join hands for the virtual inauguration of the Shri Cement plant. And as you can see, slowly the curtains have opened. Purulia Cement Plant. Purulia Cement Plant. এটি লেখাই আছে উদ্বোধক মাননীয় মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী পশ্চিমবঙ্গ সরকারের উপস্থিতিতে এবং H.M. Bengal অনেক ধন্যবাদ এই কথা বলার অপেক্ষা রাখে না যে পশ্চিমবঙ্গের পরিকাঠামো উন্নয়নের সেই সঙ্গে রাজ্যের নগরায়নের এবং সামগ্রিকভাবে গৃহ নির্মাণের বিকাশের ক্ষেত্রে পশ্চিমবঙ্গ সরকারের সঙ্গে হাতে হাত মিলিয়ে চলেছে ক্রেডাই ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল খুবই সক্রিয় শরিক বলাই বাহুল্য তো আমাদের সেই প্রয়াসের কিছু ছবি আমরা তুলে ধরেছি একটি ছোট্ট তথ্যচিত্রে মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর অনুমতি নিয়ে আমরা এখন সেই তথ্যচিত্রটি আমরা আপনাদের সামনে তুলে ধরব ক্যান উই স্টার্ট দি অডিও ভিজুয়াল প্লিজ
West Bengal, the land of rich history, vibrant culture, and remarkable development. From the serene landscapes of Darjeeling, the historic city of Murshidabad, and the fertile lands of Bardhaman, to the bustling streets of Kolkata, every corner of Bengal has evolved into a symbol of progress and prosperity. As urbanization paves the way for a brighter tomorrow today, Bengal stands tall with its modern infrastructure. Amidst all this development, the real estate sector takes center stage. As the skylines evolve, so does the concept of real estate. Through real estate, West Bengal unveils a captivating showcase, heightening its charm and enticing investments. Economic development surges, ancillary industries thrive, employment opportunities multiply, and a web of prosperity spreads its roots. Among the frontiers of change stands Credai, West Bengal, an embodiment of progress. More than just developers, Credai members are architects of dreams, envisioning not just structures, but thriving communities. Collaborating, innovating, and pioneering, we have shaped skylines and stories, weaving dreams into the fabric of Bengal's growth. This is the story of Bengal, where every building holds a dream, every street echoes ambition, and every milestone is a testament to progress.
May I now request Sri Sushil Mohta, President Credai West Bengal, for the welcome address.
Thank you. Honorable Chief Minister Srimati Mamata Bandyopadhyay, Janab Firad Hakim, Honorable Minister for Urban Development and Municipal Affairs, Dr. Harikishan Dwivedi, Chief Secretary Government of West Bengal, dignitaries on dais, members of Credai, members of press, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of 600 members in West Bengal of Credai, it's my proud privilege to welcome you all on this occasion of Statecon 23. The Statecon is for showing the opportunities in West Bengal, showing the ease of doing business in West Bengal, and urbanization, growing urbanization here in the state. Credai gets very prompt response from honorable ministers and the secretaries whenever there is any issue related to real estate. The government of West Bengal has considered real estate and urbanization as a very, very priority sector. Recently, there have been many steps taken by state government which were shown in the earlier session, and for that the sector is growing rapidly. Credai has been very proactive to collaborate with state government to promote West Bengal as a significant investment destination. Our members are also proactive in CSR and social activities. Credai advocates its members to do business as per code of conduct in a transparent manner, professionalism and with professionalism and for customer satisfaction, and do sustainable developments. A glorious city like Kolkata is a show window not only for West Bengal, but for the entire eastern region. A beautiful skyline of Kolkata with infrastructure will attract investors to invest in the state and help to retain the talent in the state, offering vibrant lifestyle. Members of Credai are developing not only housing, but also buildings for offices, IT, ITS, industrial park, logistic hub, healthcare, hospitality units, shopping malls, offering vibrant lifestyle to the public at large here. Sir, madam, land is a raw material for developers. For us, it is like a floating stock. Once a plot is developed, it is transferred to hundreds of buyers, creating permanent wealth in hands of those property buyers for many generations. In last 10 years, demand for housing units in West Bengal has gone up by 3 times due to rapid urbanization in Bengal, making real estate a sunrise sector. Didi, Credai members are grateful to you as the sector is growing rapidly with the huge support extended by government under your leadership. Thank you.
May we now request our National President, Shri Bomani Rani, for his address.
Shobar Didi, Amadar Didi, Honorable CM Mamta Banerjee, Janab Firad Hakim ji, dignitaries on the dais, and my dear friends of the dais, my members at Credai. Kolkata is the crown jewel of West Bengal. Didi, today we have a chance of creating probably one of the most beautiful skylines in your lovely city of Calcutta. Real estate, thank you. Real estate has the opportunity of being a multiplier many fold. An economic multiplier and also one of the largest employers of people for, in the class 2 and class 3 categories. Didi, I'll just quickly take you through all the ESG compliances that Credai developers do. Recently, we have, when India announced that by 2070, we'll be carbon neutral, my immediate past president, Harsh Patodia ji, said by 2050, Credai developers should be carbon zero. So that is an effort. We've started in the right direction. We've tied up with IGBC, we've tied up with IPA, we've tied up with Shrey. We are working towards making our developments carbon neutral or carbon zero. Didi, we also have carried out the skilling, and I'm sure all of you are doing it in your own capacity. We're carrying out the skilling of more than 2 lakh workers in the last few years. These are workers who are trained in construction technologies. They are workers who are trained in plumbing. They are workers who are trained in electrical. All this leads to much better development for you and me. At the same point of time, our customers get a lot of satisfaction of living in homes which have been built by people who are trained. Recently, in Delhi, Didi, we had a program in which we were using the adoption of emerging materials and technology in construction. You'll be pleased to know we spoke about 3D printing of homes. We spoke about recycling of all the formwork that we use, how it can be recycled. Innovative paints to make the lives of the people who live there a lot more comfortable and long-lasting. Reduce, reuse, and recycle. This is something we are working with on all our sites with all our developers. I'm truly happy to see the kind of progress that Calcutta has made, and I'm looking forward to visiting the other parts of the West Bengal to see the kind of development that is taking place, because it's been phenomenal. Always outside of here, we get the feeling that it was very difficult, but when I speak to my dear members out here, they are most happy with the changes that you have brought in. I want to say this, you have almost like an elder sister, not only grown it, but guided it. And I must say, this morning I was part of your presentation by your bureaucrats out here. Each one of them gave a presentation that made me believe that I should also come and work in your West Bengal. I've heard about the new town development that is taking place, and that is supposedly an urban planning benchmark that is being spoken about by all of us. This morning, we heard that Calcutta is one of the fastest urban growing areas, and I'm very happy to state that Mr. Khalil Ahmed mentioned that he works closely with Credai and comes up with policies that will allow for this fast urbanization to take place in a very methodical manner. I was also blown away, I must tell you, by Mr. Rajesh Pandeyji's Shilpa Sathi presentation that he did. Something which is the first of its kind, according to me, with the progress that he is making. Truly great. These steps will help our Kolkata to grow, but more importantly, the economy of the country, the GDP of the country will be aided greatly by you. There is There was a lovely interaction with your environment as well as your fire departments. Again, great work being done by them. I'm told in 60 days KMC gives its approvals, which is again a landmark. These are a few numbers that came up in Delhi. By 2030, my dear friends, 600 million will be the number of people who will be living in urban agglomerations. 600 million. By 2047, we are slated to be a $26 trillion economy. And do you know that by 2030, 70% of this GDP of the country will come only from the urban areas? I very quickly will speak to you about Credai in a minute. We have 14,000 developers across the country in 230 cities and states, 230 cities and towns. We are across 21 states as of right now. And we have this year taken on the acronym called GROWTH, in which G is for green construction, R is for reform. I want every one of you to start reforming yourselves inside and out. O is the opportunity to build a new India. W is for women inclusiveness. Transparency is the T. The more we are transparent, the better our business will grow, and that is exactly what RERA has shown us. And finally, it is your and my human obligation to be able to provide homes for all, which is a crying need. Remember, first you build your home and then your home builds you. It is our duty to build beautiful homes and give our country the most established housing market around the world. With that, all the very best for the Statecon and my very best wishes for growth of Calcutta and West Bengal. Thank you.
May we now request the Honorable Chief Minister to be kind enough to release two reports. The first is a report entitled Emerging Real Estate Trends, which has been prepared by Credai West Bengal and Liase Forum. Please. Emerging Real Estate Trends. And the other report, CBRE, prepared by CBRE, Leading the Eastern Growth Story. Thank you so much. Now that it is done, may we come to the crux of the program. May we now request the Honorable Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee, for her address.
Thank you very much for inviting me, especially for this conference, Credai. Sushil Mohta, Puman Irani, Central President. Mr. Bangar, Harish Cement, MD Cement. My colleague Firad Hakim, Mr. Dibedi, Chief Secretary, Home Secretary, Mr. Gopalika, Sri Devashish Sen, IS, X, Manoj Pant is a ACS Finance, Rajesh Pandey, Khalil Ahmed, Rajesh Sinha, Bandana, and Horst Neutia, and so many friends who are present here. I convey my heartiest greetings to all of you, all members of your family, because we all know that Credai is the leading confederation of real estate developers in the region, with more than 600 members from township of housing, office, mail, logistic, industrial park, and they have the great reputation also. I want to see that in future, Credai means the credential must be added. আমি মনে করি বিগত 12 বছরে বাংলায় রিয়েল এস্টেট অভূতপূর্ব সাফল্য এসছে, তাতে ক্রেডাইয়ের একটা ভূমিকা আছে। I congratulate all the members of the Credai and the top leaders of the different parts of the country. আমি সি সিমেন্টকে ধন্যবাদ জানাই। সি সিমেন্ট have inaugurated one project, 750 crores. It has been invested there in Raghunathpur, where we are doing a big industrial corridor. The name is Jungle Sundari because that is in jungle area, and more than 72,000 crores will be invested there. The land is already there and the land is available also. we have decided to set up 3 economic corridor, Haldia to Dankuni to Haldia, Dankuni to Kalyani, and Dankuni to Raghunathpur. And there so many industry will be coming. And next future you will see, Bengal is not only the gateway of Eastern India, it is the gateway of the world. If I remember correctly, then I must say that some countries are already reviewing the situation, and they said their target is Calcutta and their target is West Bengal. Real estate, so many people are working here, onek kormi ache. Even last 2 years, they have invested about 40,000 crores in this business. And every year investment is increasing about 10%, 10,000, about 10%. Real estate business, more than 44 lakhs we have the employees. Credai, Colliers India and Liges ফোরাসের যৌথ সমীক্ষা বলেছে দেশের মধ্যে কলকাতায় রিয়েল এস্টেটের দাম বেড়েছে সবচেয়ে বেশি, এমনকি দিল্লি, বেঙ্গালুরু, মুম্বাইয়ের থেকেও বেশি। I do not know why Mr. Irani also mentioned that. I do agree with you. It's a fact some media, with the insistence or politically intervention from some quarter, they are always defaming Bengal. That Bengal, there is no development, only that the communal riots is going on. Absolutely wrong. If you come to the field, you will see that Bengal is the #1 in every walk of life. Even ease of doing business also we are #1. How it would be? Without the development work, we have our land bank, land use policy, land map. We have our all online policy from Silpo Shati to everywhere. The pandemic season, of course you suffered a lot, 2-3 years. That time to overcome the situation has reduced the stamp duty by 2% and the circle rates by 10%. This has greatly helped the real estate sector to not only mitigate the adverse effects of COVID, but also witness unprecedented growth of West Bengal. Online system, construction permit, land mutation, conversion, and payment of land revenue, fire licenses, permission of storage, stacking at construction site, properly registration, mutation and payment of property tax, trade license, and its auto renewal, electricity connection, environment clearances, ULC clearance, and are successfully functional now. Even KMC building rules and West Bengal municipal building rules have been made simpler, and further changes are being planned. Now, I want to tell you 2-3 things. Whatever I am thinking, I will request my Credai friends that now we have already changed our land policy. Instead of leasehold, we have decided to give you the freehold. The freehold means you are free to work. There are so many businesses will be coming for that. Like tea industry, we gave 15% tea industry the land for the tourism purpose. Horse Neuti is sitting here, that Makaibari Tea Gardens, he has already set up a big hotels there. Like this, the tea gardens also we developed like this, because Darjeeling, Kalimpong, Kashiang, Alipurduar, Jalpaiguri, all are beautiful places. Now, this freehold policy will give you the freedom so that you should not go here and there. You can get combined clearance. So, I think it is a very good development for the people especially. And Calcutta, the land is very valuable also. We have the land bank. Now, for private sector also, you can do a lot. We have decided, we have so many land banks. So if Credai is interested, they can take part for logistic hubs. They can take part for industrial cluster. They can take parts for so many things. I am not mentioning all this. So you can take part for this. My request would be to you, there are so many workers, more than 44 lakhs are working with you, they are your asset. আমাদের কর্মচারীরা আমাদের সম্পদ। অনেক কর্মচারী আছে কনস্ট্রাকশনে, আমাদের মুর্শিদাবাদ, মালদা, উত্তর দিনাজপুরের ছেলেমেয়েরা দারুণ কনস্ট্রাকশন করে এবং সেই জন্য অনেকে ওদের নিয়ে চলে যায় বিভিন্ন দেশে। Especially the workers who are beautifully work for construction. They are the assets. Now some people, they just tell them to go out because they get some good money. But ultimately they don't have the safety and security. So I will request you that we have already started one app for পরিযায়ী শ্রমিক যারা বাইরে আছেন, আপনারা তাদের নিয়ে আসুন। আমরা আপনাদের একটা ডেটা ব্যাংক দিয়ে দেবো এবং সেই ডেটা ব্যাংকে সবাইকে দিয়ে যদি কাজে লাগান, আমি মনে করি অলরেডি দে আর ট্রেন্ড। সো ইউ ডোন্ট নিড দ্য ট্রেন্ড পিপল, অলরেডি দে আর স্কিল্ড and they are going here and there. More than 50 lakhs people are there. Our government can hand over this list to you so that instead of bringing the people from the outside, the local people, if they join the work, তাহলে মনে রাখবেন লোকাল পাবলিক অনেক ইন্টারেস্ট পাবে, তাদের যাতায়াত খরচ কমবে, তাদের খাবার খরচ কমবে, তাদের অ্যাকোমোডেশন খরচ কমবে। এইভাবে তাদের বুঝিয়ে আমরা নিয়ে আসার চেষ্টা করব। আমি সবাইকে রিকোয়েস্ট করব আরো বেশি করে আপনারা নানা রকম করুন, নানা রকম, আমি বলেছি মাল্টি টাইপ অফ টাস্ক you take over. Only my one request would be for the economic weaker section, you build up some houses for them also, and that should not be costly, so that people can purchase that with a simple price. Number two, there are some blacklisted promoters, I must say. They take money from the people, but after that they don't hand over the flat to the people. So many requests comes to my police commissioner and DG also. In that case, if the complaint comes, we'll send it to you and blacklisted these people. There are some, because always there are some good people, some bad people, and they are dangerous, the goody people. They collected the money and after that, they don't care public. কিন্তু একটা মানুষ কত কষ্ট করে তার টাকা দেয় বলুন তো, তারপরে তার টাকাটা নিয়ে চলে যায়, ফ্ল্যাটটাও দেয় না। এরকম অনেক কেস আমাদের নজরে এসছে। সুতরাং আপনারা দায়িত্ব নিন, যারা ফ্ল্যাট করবে, ফ্ল্যাট করবার পর তাকে অ্যাসিওরেন্স দিতে হবে। সবসময় মনে রাখবেন সেফটি অ্যান্ড সিকিউরিটি, ফায়ার সিস্টেম, ড্রিঙ্কিং ওয়াটার সিস্টেম, ইলেকট্রিক সিস্টেম, cleanliness system, allow green and clean the housing project. It will be skyrocketing. It will be very good for you. I have nothing to add more, but I hope that Credai must be, Credai, the reputation is credentials. I believe that this credit must go to you, and within a year or two, you will get so many opportunity and fulfill this opportunity. If you have the, the faith on yourself, you can conquer the world. I believe it. Don't be weak. Sometimes some people may disturb you also. That also we know. It is not only you. All the businessmen are being harassed by some agencies in so many times. Even my family also, though I have not taken one paisa, one cup of tea from anyone in my life. But it is a political vendetta. You don't care for that. If anything happens, you take care for lawyer and you take care for judiciary. I know this case never will be closed until and unless the vendetta is not over. So sometimes you are afraid. I don't understand. If you purchase something, even I am telling about cup and dish, can ED investigate the matter? If you purchase some windows or some chairs, because I have seen what building Reliance have done in Mumbai, they requested me, I have visited. Everything they have brought from outside. Even this Dhanadhana Stadium, so many light we have brought from outside. So this is, you are seeing only one small room. We have like these 5 rooms and we have a big auditorium. Everything we have done, this Dhanadhana and everywhere we are doing all this. Now this BGPS conference will be 21, 22, 23rd. Actual 21st is the dinner, 22nd is the conference, and 23rd November. And this time MSME will be our #1 priority. Because you can create the job. We will look forward to Credai, how many employment you can give, how many employment you can create. Because when I hand over this to freehold, then there will be so many opportunity. So it is not that only you do the housing, you can do shops, you can do so many things. I'm not mentioning because then some controversy may come. You can do medical college, you can do university, you can do whatever you know. You do the township also. See Rajarhat, it became now #1. So many matter Bengal is #1. Only our problem, the media are being purchased by some peoples and they gave the wheels every morning that defame, defame, defame. Only you defame Bengal. But I don't defame them because I know that if you can fight, politically fight with me, but don't fight with my Bengal mother or my country mother, because we love our land, we love our country, we love our state, and we love unity in diversity, and we love all the people. You cannot say any people, it may be some people from Gujarat, some people from Maharashtra, some people from Rajasthan, some people from Odisha, so many people from Bihar, from UP, from everywhere. Nobody can complain anything that because you are from other state, so you are being tortured. Even I feel that you are more than Bengali who are working here. So have that confidence. We are with you always. And my minister and Kolkata Corporation Mayor, and we have the other corporation also with us. If you have any problem, you can complain us directly. We have the online system. Mukhyamantri সরাসরি বলুন. Or if you have the complaint, even Duare Sarkar also you can lodge your complaint. 1st to 18th, the Duare Sarkar will be continuing. Now BGBS, we are, after 5 years, we are going to Spain because they came in a book fair, international book fair, they were the partner. This time also so many countries will be the partner. Amit Mitra already met 42, more than 42 the ambassadors. And some business meeting is also in Mumbai, Delhi and other place. So we are going to request Spain also to be the partners of our BGBS center. I have invited some industry also, they are also going with me. But we have got permission very late, let us see. Thank you very much. With this word, I convey my best wishes to all of your workers, all of your directors, all of your family members, and all of your sweet and cute children. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bangla, Jai India.
Our Heartfelt gratitude and thanks to the Honorable Chief Minister. Can we all please rise for the national anthem?
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
An ardent request to the Honorable Chief Minister to take a photograph with all the distinguished guests on the dais, our city presidents and organizing committee members. Didi দাঁড়িয়ে আছেন, আমরা চট করে একটা ছবি তুলে নিই। একটু কাছে গেলে ভালো হয়। Done? Thank you. Thank you so much. May we now invite our title sponsor, ICICI, Mr. Raghav, Mr. Akash Raghav. Can you please come up and start the presentation? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a request to all of you to kindly remain seated for the ICICI presentation by Mr. Akash Raghav. Can we request all of you to kindly remain seated, please? This is a very, very ardent request to all of you. Mr. Raghav to come up and make the presentation on behalf of our sponsors, title sponsor, ICICI Bank.
Request everyone to please remain seated. Can I request everyone to please remain seated? Can I please request everyone to please remain seated, please? Thank you.
Guys, I think we'll break for lunch and we will start our next session at 2:45. So I request everybody to come back into the Audi by 2:30, please. We have about 1 hour. The lunch is on the ground floor, behind the street theater. There's a banquet there, so you all can please proceed for lunch. Thank you. For all the press members and who are with us, it's your lunch is at hall number 5, which is on the second floor itself. So you're requested to please accordingly.
boosts economy. We have had some preliminary discussion in both our earlier sessions where the speakers had talked about, particularly our national president had addressed this issue of how real estate is an absolutely it is an absolute game changer in addressing the economic issues and particularly GDP. So we are going to take you into details of that. And basically, this is going to be an economics-based session. Right at the outset, even before setting the context for this, this particular session, we would be asking our platinum sponsors to come and make their on-stage presentations. And although we are going to do it a little later, maybe in another 5-10 minutes, I would first request the gentleman from KEI, Mr. Jashovan Singre, Senior General Manager, to be the first one to come up onto the dais and make his on-stage presentation for KEI. And after that, we would be calling our other platinum sponsors. So in another 5 minutes, we should be able to start the preliminaries leading up to our session 3.
Hello, check. Zoom chalam. Hello, audio check from Kolkata. Hello, check. Hello.
You just testing the
I'm just testing.
Okay, please, I can make that.
Yeah.
Audio check from Kolkata. Am I audible clear? Is that fine over there?
Hello.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah. Am I audible? This is from Kolkata.
Yes, yes, you are. Yeah.
Clear and loud?
You need to be a little more louder.
Okay. Just check once. Hello, check. Is this fine?
Yeah, yeah, much better. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's loud and clear.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. I'm muting.
Thanks. So I'll log in then at in about half an hour.
We will let you know. We'll let you know.
Okay. So you just let me know. I've got my phone with me. You just message me and I'll be there immediately after. I'm just going for a quick, let me look better for you all. That's it.
Okay.
Done. Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Cheers. Bye.
May I now request the General Manager from KE, Mr. Singre, to kindly come up onto the dais and start with the first on-stage presentation by our platinum sponsor. Can we request the events people to give us a slide changer, please, as soon as possible? Slide changer.
Good afternoon. It's a post-lunch session. It's difficult to concentrate again. But I'll not take much time because I have been allotted a strict 5 minutes time. So it is privileged to be here to present on behalf of KEI Industries Limited. Before that, I'll just try to take it, in this process, I'll try to take you through the company, what we are and what we are doing. Before that, I just like to thank all senior dignitaries from Government of West Bengal, all president from different chapters, all distinguished guests, Mr. Irani from Credai National President, and my colleagues who are sitting here in this audience. See, when the context was said by Mr. Ghoshal and Mr. Devashish Sen was giving the kind of vision the government is holding, I was just trying to look back what happened after the independence. If you look at the data available in different sources, only 15% people were residing in urban areas. Now today, when we are talking of around 32% people in West Bengal are residing in urban areas, and we're expecting another 10% growth in coming next 5 years' time. So it is a huge challenge lies with this fraternity who is sitting as an audience today. I know you have a lot of regulatory bindings. You have a lot of hard decisions to take and comfort those decisions to go ahead on this. If I go back in 1960, when there was basic human needs, which was unfolded by political leaders, that roti, kapra, makan. The tone was set from there for us to build a habitable areas or urban areas in different part of the country. And if you look at today, the basic need has added the roti, kapra, makan, and bijli. Today, in the era of digitizations, we cannot go do away with bijli. So when you play a role to give a makan, we play a role to connect the makan to a bijli. So that is why we are KEI Industries Limited. We are a 55 years old company who are giving bijlis to every nook and corner of this country. So I'll just take you through the brief presentations. I'll not give you audio, AVs and all. I know those time are precious and a lot of things are in stage. So, why KEI? There might be a lot of companies would be connecting, bringing those electricity to your home. So if you look at this, we provide end-to-end solutions. When I talk about end-to-end solutions, we are predominantly a company engaged in manufacturing wires and cables for household to 400 kV distribution cables. So it covers every spectrum of the industry we are at present. We have, this has been supported by our world-class manufacturing facilities. And today, we have robust R&D facilities and the presence across major metro cities. And if you look at this, the resultant of this is we are standing at 280th rank in the Forbes 500, Fortune 500 company list in 2013, 2023, and previously it was around 313 was our rank. So that testify the fact that we are a company after 55 years growing with a great gun along. What do we manufacture? As I said, what do we manufacture? We manufacture the small things what you require for your houses to build, for the buildings you prepare, those housewares. Then we have all kind of communication cables. We have all kind of power cable requirements because you know you have a downstream protections, downstream transmissions. You need that high capacity cables that we manufacture. And if you go to the transmission segments, and then you will be getting all this EHV cables that we also manufacture. Recently, there has been changes. Like earlier, when we were constructing building and asking for the power, it was a depository work done by the WBSCDCL. Now today, that has come to your part, and then you have to build your own and with the supervision of the WBSCDCL. We, as a company, closely working with WBSCDCL has executed 2,500 crores of urbanization job. Like if you go to the Chinchura, I was talking to yesterday during the dinner, there are few members who have worked closely with us in Chinchura, Navadvip, Mushidabad. There we have done the undergrounding cable. And if you would be surprised to know that Farakka, which connects to part of Ganges, the cable was laid when the bridge was built. That was oil insulated cable, and that cable was to be replaced, and that was we were roped in to do that because you were not having anything to work on because you have to hang and do that work. So we have a specialization of that kind of work as well. Yeah? 1 minute, please. Also, I have to vary this thing. So we have 5 manufacturing facilities, and in these areas, we have different units. In total, today we have 12 units spread across northern and western part of India, and we are coming up with another greenfield investment at Sanand near the Tata Motors factory. So I'll not just go through this. This is the demographic presence. I'll just take you the financial overview because you might be aware of, you are dealing with this. See, we have around $853 million US revenue, which if you convert into rupee terms, it is around 6,900 crores. And if we have a domestic, we have an EBITDA of around $91 million, which is close to around 720 CR in rupee term. So sorry, time is a constraint. I had a lot of things to this. So these are the segmented work. If you look at the segments, we are B2B and B2C. If you talk about B2C, that is the retail, and B2B is the businesses which we directly do with the EPC companies. So we have around closely these things, and around 10% comes from export. So I'm not just giving this figure. We'll share with this. This is the mix of the revenue what we get. I have 2 more slides, I believe. 2 to 3 more. So, sorry, this thing. I'll just finish it with this. 61 countries we are present. We are working with a lot of Credai members in different part of India. I have a special slide for power sectors. I had a slide for housing sectors. We are working. This is the fraternity where we are working into. In Calcutta, in IT parks, we are doing with these organizations. I'm sorry, the time is not there, so I'm just reading it out. We are into railways and metros, and we do take care of a lot of CSR activities. We have very much. Okay. So we let it be. Next time we will definitely have a trade-off on this time. Thank you. And I'll just. You need a good brand, so we are associated with RCB, and Virat Kohli is the brand ambassador. And I have to finish it off. Sorry, we have been doing with Credai in different part of India, and we'll keep on doing this for Credai. And Mr. Rachit Sangvi, thank you for giving this opportunity to be part of this. And sorry that I have took an additional time. Sorry. I was told for 5 minutes. Thank you.
For want of time, we are sorry we wouldn't be able to run the audiovisual right now. So I would be calling Mr. Siddharth Mansari, Credai Bengal President, to set the context for this session. Meanwhile, may I request all the other panelists to kindly come up and join Mr. Bansari on the dais. The moderator for this session, Mr. Samir Narang, Head Economics Research Group, ICICI, and we also have with us today Mr. Ram Chandanani, MD for Advisory and Transmission, CBRE India, Manoj Pant, Additional Chief Secretary Finance, Government of West Bengal is here with us. And we have Shri B. Prasanna, CFA Group Head, Global Market Sales, Trading and Research, ICICI Bank Limited. Shri Anish Tawakle, Deputy CIO, Equity at ICICI Prudential AMC. Srimati Bidisha Ganguly, Chief Economist at CII. So we are going to start off this session with Mr. Siddharth Bansari.
Thank you. Dr. Manoj Pant, Additional Chief Secretary Finance, Government of West Bengal, my colleagues on the dais, friends, ladies and gentlemen. This particular session dwells into how real estate and urban development serve as catalysts for economic growth. Investment in real estate projects not only creates jobs, but also fuels construction and related industries by generating revenue through property taxes. Urban development, friends, when well planned, elevates infrastructure, attracts business, and also enhances the overall quality of life, all vital components of economic prosperity. However, we must emphasize effective planning, sustainable practices, and affordable housing to ensure long-term benefits. West Bengal's role in economic growth is something that we'll dwell on today. We'll focus on how real estate and urban development sectors are pivotal in bolstering West Bengal's economy. The strategic location of the state, particularly Calcutta, offers opportunity for real estate investment and urban expansion. We are significant contributors to the exchequer and also a significant employer. We employ more than 44 lakh people in the construction industry. The development of urban areas here is a magnet for business, job creation, and infrastructure enhancement, all helping in economic growth. Discussion today with friends will also highlight the importance of sustainable development, affordable housing initiatives, and meticulous urban planning to ensure balance and long-term benefits for West Bengal. We have friends today in Samir Narang, Head Economics Research Group at ICICI, a very capable moderator who knows this subject better than most. With this, I'll hand over to Samir to take the discussions forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very good afternoon to all of you. We have a very good panel today who will delve into the real estate sector. Sir, before we start, would you want to give some opening remarks, Mr. I think most of the panelists we already know, and they've been introduced. So without much ado ado, I'll start the discussions. I'll start with you, Prasanna, first. Contrary to what is happening in most parts of the world, Indian economy is on a very different trajectory, and real estate sector actually shining after a very long time. In fact, one could say that the divergence in one of the world's leading economy, that is China and India, is because the property sector are at two different extremes. In China, where it is coming down from a such a high peak, and India, which is shining. So, how do you see India's economy panning out in the coming decade with respect to consumption and investment? Will there be a spillover from global events to domestic demand in real estate? What's your sense?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Sameer. So I think the theme of the conference, maybe a couple of years ago, I would have never thought that I would be sitting in a panel organized by Credai, that too in a state, not even a national thing, and talking about what impact real estate does to the overall economy. But here we are, and that's the truth of the matter, that I think real estate is at the complete forefront of driving the economic growth as well as jobs as well as consumption. And let me explain to you very quickly what's happening. So, like you rightly said, Sameer, I think there are broadly two broad forces that are happening in the globe. The first one are concerns on global growth, and that's primarily happening from the US and now from China, and various concerns, not least from the property sector, ironically, from China as well as from the US, where the commercial real estate vacancy is very much on the higher side. And in China, you will see a lot of property developers not really doing well. But in terms of what's happening in India, the story is, I would say, completely different. Globally, if you look at it, it's because of the hike in interest rates, which is really, kind of looking to stifle growth as we go forward. But in India, I think the broad story has been that interest rates have not been hiked to the extent that they have been hiked in the US. That's point number one. Point number two, I think, is also the fact that India didn't see a long real estate-driven cycle for the last 10 years. And something clicked post-COVID when people decided that, from a residential perspective, something clicked when people said that, okay, let me buy the house that I have been wanting to buy for the last 10 years. Because every time people thought that the price was going to fall the next year, so even if they were a natural buyer, they wanted to kind of rent it out and not really buy. So something clicked. They said that, okay, let me actually bite the bullet and buy the house that I've always been dreaming about. And that, I think, was the start of this real estate cycle which has happened. And we keep saying this every time, real estate is like an elephant. It doesn't, it's not really moves up or down very quickly, and once it starts, it really starts. And the 2010 to 2020 cycle was when it was going down, or when people were not buying. That was a 10-year cycle. And what we have seen in this current cycle has just been 2 years or 2.5 years. So I would say that the runway to growth is, going there for some more time. And beyond looking at real estate, what are the broad things which are changed between, say, India and the global scenario? Is, first of all, a lot of people would have told you about it at the conference itself, the kind of demographics that India enjoys, the fact that our average age is 28, and we are probably the only large country where the working age population is actually adding, is actually a great benefit. The second important differentiating factor between global and India is the digitization, the amount of funds that are getting transferred using digital routes is something that is increasing the efficiency, the cost of doing a lot of work. The third is the strong banks and the corporate sector. We've seen in the 2012 to 2019 kind of a cycle when most of the corporates were actually leveraged, and the banking system was also not, strong enough to lend with a high level of non-performing assets. Now, all of that seems to have, kind of become much better. the most important aspect is the investments which is currently happening, driven not just by the central government but also by the state governments, West Bengal included, where the investment to GDP ratio is actually being pushed not by the private sector initially, but by the tremendous amount of spending that's happening on the infrastructure side, be it roads and be it ports or be it, building up of new airports and so on and so forth. So I would say a lot of all these things are, falling in place. And last but not the least, also the fact that India is a big country, has a huge population, but also has a right mix of skills which are there in the population, by which, a lot of global multinational companies are setting up offices in India, what we call as the global capability centers, and which is nothing but the work which is being done abroad. Why can't it be done out of India? I mean, the realization again happened in COVID when people were working from home in New York. The CEO started thinking, if you can work from home in New York, why can't you work from home in Bangalore or Gurgaon or Calcutta? So I think these are the broad changes which are happening. Maybe lots more to talk, but I guess we exceeded my initial time. Maybe I'll come back to you later when I add up a little bit.
Thank you. So, I think you've summarized it really well in terms of why India stands out. Now, I'll come over to you, Anish. I think you are the person in demand, whether people should buy real estate or they should buy real estate stocks. So I think, Prasanna spoke on the demand side, and you actively invest across sectors and stocks. How are the markets reading the sector? Do you see any supply side constraints, or the fact that the reforms that have been undertaken, such as RERA or what the state governments are doing, this should ensure that the requisite supply will come? Players are under leveraged. Banks are, have not extended loans to that extent to any sector. Actually, corporates are not borrowing to that extent. So, affordable housing as well as is another sector where both center and states have been spending. So, how do you see, over the next few years, trends in urbanization, infrastructure build-up, how will they impact the sector?
So, thanks for the question. The way I see it, housing should primarily be bought for living in, right? And so what needs to happen is lot of supply needs to be created. We should not actually see limited supply and house price appreciation, because house price appreciation is what actually is a symptom of lack of supply, right? So for the country to do well, for jobs to be created, etc., all the things that Prasanna talked about, what you need is huge amounts of supply. And from an investment perspective, the way I see it, look, a person should buy a house because he saves rent. Rental yield is about 3%. If house prices increase by about inflation, right, say 5 to 6%, so you save your 3% plus you make your 5 to 6% capital appreciation. That's good enough to cover your mortgage cost. That's all we should expect in terms of returns from housing. If we are making more than that, it presumably means there is a lack of supply of housing, which is not a good thing for the overall economy, right? So with that context, how do we see real estate companies in which we invest in? Look, I say, look, I want companies, when I look at them, that they should be building lots of capacity. They should not be in the business of land banking. What went wrong in the previous cycle, if you go back to 2003 to 2008, was that companies got not in the business of building housing, but actually land banking. And I would blame the capital markets also, because the capital markets started valuing them based on their land banks. So it was very easy for developers to buy lots of land, go to the capital markets, and you get rich just by listing. There was no need to do the hard work of actually developing the houses. So what we are hoping will happen is that companies, developers will actually this time create the supply. There will be urban infrastructure that will be created, which will allow cities to build out, and that will create the supply which will restrain house price appreciation and then create a lot of opportunities for other businesses, right? See, once you have real estate, manufacturing takes off. Because think about it. All demand for durable goods depends on the size of your house. Right? We talk about electrical goods, etc., the number of ACs you have, the number of fans you have, in fact, even the number of clothes you can keep depends on the size of your house. So manufacturing will take off if housing takes off. And for housing to take off, you need lots and lots of supply. I'll just make one point, because you had mentioned affordable housing. See, I actually feel that this term affordable housing is a little bit of a misnomer, right? Housing will be affordable if it's plentiful, right? Automatically. You don't need to create separate affordable housing. If you create lots of housing, it will automatically become affordable. And if you create lots of urban land which has good transport infrastructure, there will be plentiful housing and all of it will be affordable. So that's the way I see it.
Well, I think you've put it quite well. In fact, I think one of the reasons why US economy is so housing demanded, because there's such large houses, they have to buy so many things. So I think it all, ties up together. Now, coming over to you, Vidisha, both Prasanna and Annie spoke about the fact that real estate is one of the most, important sectors. It's also one of the most important investment decisions that a person takes in his or her life. What is your sense on the underlying savings and investment trends in the economy? Given the real estate upcycle, do you see housing demand sustaining and improving, or do you think lower global demand may have a spillover on commercial real estate and eventually, residential real estate because of lower job creation? To the extent it may not happen because of lower global demand driving demand lower for Indian services or GCC. So, what's your sense? Or do you think India's integration, what we are trying with manufacturing, will offset some of these impacts?
Thank you, Samir. Happy to be here as part of this panel. So, I think my previous two speakers have both spoken about how the real estate sector has taken off. There's so many factors that are supporting the real estate sector, urbanization being one, the increasing size of the middle class being the other one. But if you look at some of the numbers, we can see that since you asked about savings and investment, they have actually been coming down. I think over the last decade, the savings rate, that is the ratio of household savings to GDP, has gone down from 23.6% to 19.7%. That's the amount that households save as a percentage of their income. And major part of this is in physical assets, which is house, land, and farm instruments. So the only issue here is that the data is still 2021, 22. And since then, we have probably seen a rise in savings and largely going into the housing sector, which is what explains the real estate boom. Remember that the pandemic year, the peak of the pandemic was in 2020-21, after which, and that's when there was a hit on savings. But after that, I would expect that people did begin to save more and put more money into housing. The other thing I would like to mention here is that all these factors that were mentioned, like urbanization, increasing income with people, these are structural factors which are definitely in favor of India today. However, there would be cyclical factors, like the rise in interest rates. We have seen RBI raising interest rates by 250 basis points over the last year or so. Inflation has gone up significantly. All of this in the short term could have an impact on demand for housing. But over the long term, I have no doubt that this is housing is a critical decision of everyone's lives, and the demand will be there. So really, whether it's the supply which really needs to go up, which my previous speaker referred to. I agree with that. Thank you.
Well, that's well put actually. So short term may be a hitch, but long term looks quite all right. Sir, over to you. Real estate typically seen in conjunction with the build-up of hotels, malls, hospitals, schools. I mean, people need to consume the attendance services as well as staying there. Right now, what we are seeing is warehouses are coming up in logistics parks as the economy expands. Probably is one of the hottest sectors to see expansion given the e-commerce boom that we are seeing. From a West Bengal's perspective, which areas do you see growth? What are the potential areas of opportunity which will benefit in the coming years, sir?
Yeah, thank you. And indeed, it's a pleasure to be part of this panel, and it was very interesting to hear my other panel colleagues. Sorry, I'm having a bad throat, so please don't mind that. So I'll just touch upon what Mr. Prasanna mentioned, that post-COVID, when people had huge aspirations to buy flats or their own homes, but because of the COVID pandemic, things were getting slow. people were not able to invest money. And then immediately you will appreciate that at that point of time, the government intervention of reducing stamp duty by 2% and circle rate by 10%, which was also mentioned in the previous session, came as a boon not only to the investors, but also to the large number of aspirants who were looking for their own home, which they could not because of the pandemic, impact of the pandemic. So that is where I would say that that was the first intervention at that point of time, which was made by the government in order to ensure that the stock of real estate which is lying unutilized gets used, gets utilized and purchased by the people. In spite of that, after that, once the situation improved, but the interest rates kept on rising. So again, we thought this is not the right time to, withdraw this. And at that point of time, also realizing the importance of the stock that was lying and the aspirations of the people, which has both economic and the social aspect, we continued to give this relaxation on stamp duty and circle rate as a mark of, the need for the real estate that is there in the state. Now, coming to your question, of course, as you know, as we look at the opportunities in West Bengal, as Honorable Chief Minister was mentioning, that this would be a gateway to the world. That was basically in the sense that the opportunities that West Bengal offers for investment in the real estate and commercial sector is huge and immense. Over the last few years, a lot of developments have taken place in terms of improvement of infrastructure. If you look at the conditions of the roads, even in remotest parts of the state, in districts, if you travel along the western part, the northern part, if you look at the road infrastructure, probably that is the lifeline of economic development. And along a good road infrastructure, real estate, commercial activities, other things also develop. So road has been given the most important impetus so that the lifeline gets improved and that attracts more investment in the different sectors that lead to economic growth. Recently, our economic and industrial and economic policy that has been announced by the government, that is again a game changer. The idea is that there will be certain infrastructure developments along the roads which will attract investment, which may be in the form of industrial infrastructure, it can be in the form of real estate, commercial, warehousing, anything that for that the location, has a potential advantage. So in that case also we are seeing that the policy interventions that are being made by the state government, they all are oriented towards attracting investment in real estate and industrial infrastructure development. The other opportunities that we see are the ease of doing business initiatives that have been taken by the state government. As you must have been part of the first session where Mr. Rajesh Pandey explained about the ease of doing business, I think you all had a lot of appreciation for that. This is where we see that, people would like to come and invest in West Bengal and take this opportunity, take the advantage of the hand-holding and the facilitation that the government of West Bengal is extending to the investors in different sectors. While we look at economic growth, how do we look at it? We look at it in the terms of mainly, I would say, in the layman's language, there are economists besides me, so I'm not an economist, but I can say that we look at it from three angles. One is the employment, second is the infrastructure, and third is the revenue. As real estate, as has been said now in the previous sessions also, it's a huge employer. So it has an employment opportunity that it provides. Then second is the infrastructure. It's a mutually exclusive. If you develop infrastructure, real estate development takes place. When real estate development has a potential, infrastructure develops. So any growth in infrastructure is also a reflection of economic growth, and that is how it happens. And of course, with construction industry, with real estate, with infrastructure, there is a revenue that is accruing to the government, which again is plowed into development initiatives that the government takes. In our state, we have been taking care of all sections of the society. One, as we talk about the housing sector, the real estate sector, the commercial sector, the industrial infrastructure development. Other is also the people who are disadvantaged. Our economic policies are mainly on empowering people, which gives them the economic empowerment. Around more than 60,000 crores is spent on giving money in the hands of the people, which enhances their purchasing power, and that helps keep the supply chain intact. And that is why the economic growth, even if it is negative elsewhere, West Bengal shows positive growth. During the pandemic, I think we were the only state that shows positive growth because the purchasing power of the people remained intact, and the supply chain all across, from the lowest to the highest level, that also remained intact. And that is how we could ensure that the growth is positive. So there are many initiatives, both in the infrastructure and the economic policy terms that the state government is taking, which we all, we as in the system, we would like to facilitate, support, and ask the investors to come in and whatever the support, whatever the interventions, whatever the facilitation that is required for different types of initiatives that they take in the state, they are always welcome and we are for them. So with these words, I think, I don't know whether I've covered your answer, but then real estate, commerce, commercial sector, industry, warehousing, that's a huge potential. This being a gateway to Northeast and to the Southeast, probably there is no other place in the state which has this locational advantage which the investors can take on in the coming days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that. I think you have covered it in quite detail, particularly the fact that roads are very important. I think there's an old adage saying that why is American economy the way it is? It's largely because of the road network. Sana, coming back to you, you spoke about COVID and the way the Indian consumer has come back with a bang from the pandemic. Occupancy rates for malls are very higher. At one point in time, we thought e-commerce will take it all away, but I think it's working very differently as we speak. Rentals are up in double digits as we speak. Government has also stepped in, its investments, which should crowd in private sector capex, as Mr. Pant was talking about it. Order books of capital goods companies are roaring. Do you think interest rates will be an impediment to the cycle, or we are in such a good shape that the global and domestic monetary policy cycle may not be that effective anymore? What's your sense?
So I think Mr. Pant delivered a really strong answer, and I wanted to just use one of the examples that he used where he described real estate and infrastructure to be mutually beneficial to each other. And as I thought about that powerfulness of that statement, I was just thinking about, for example, what China did. They have been building roads and bridges to nowhere, thinking that after the infrastructure is built, development will happen on its own. And these are all roads to bridges and which are not, not at all being used, and simply all of them are now ghost towns. And then you compare it with the kind of projects that happens in India. Of course, I'm not from the state, so I don't know specific projects which are happening in West Bengal, but to use my home state example, there is this Maharashtra Trans-Harbour Link, where, the entire land of Navi Mumbai is suddenly going to be made available for potential working in Bombay. So people can actually live in Navi Mumbai and, work in Bombay. It's just going to be 30-40 minutes by that bridge. So I think the understanding by the government that infrastructure and real estate are very closely linked to each other is, I think, one of the reasons that India is able to bounce back so strongly, and not least from the state of West Bengal. And also I wanted to refer to Bidisha's statement about interest rates, that it will have an impact. So if you actually see data in the last 6 months or 9 months, my knowledge partner has helped us giving the data as well, the impact of higher interest rates have not been felt in any of the high value properties. Predominantly the luxury and ultra luxury properties have been going through the roof. But the impact has happened on the what we call as the affordable housing, which of course Anish has a different definition, but in general, the lower priced houses, which were the ones where people were actually using borrowed funds, have actually just taken a hit. You can also argue that it's only taken a hit as a percentage of overall because the ultra luxury and the luxury properties are growing at a much faster rate, but I leave that for interpretation. But the broader point about whether interest rates will affect this real estate, upcycle, again, this is something that I was very worried about a year ago or a year ago basically, because I was actually worrying about where will, the EMIs go and where will, repo rates end up going and all that. So today as we speak, the lending rates are not less than 9%, 9.5%, 9% around about, but it has not had an impact as much on, buying of homes. And I think the primary reason is then the realization that interest rate is just one of the many components that are very critical for a buyer to take a decision. And the first and foremost fundamental reason from a residential perspective at least is, do you have a roof above your head? And if you don't have it, I mean, whatever be the interest rates, you are a buyer. And what was preventing you from buying earlier was, like I mentioned earlier, the fear that the price might fall next year, so let me wait. I think when that cycle got broken, I think all of these people came in to buy, they didn't really bother about interest rates. On the aspect of malls and, the other one, that's a very interesting thing. I think what is definitely happening is that there are two forces which are happening. One is the global capability center kind of development which is happening, where people are coming in more, that is leading to more and more office space absorption, that is also leading to more and more malls getting built and all that. And the other thing is, of course, the IT sector, where, there has been, it has been on a downturn for the last 1 year or so post the war last year and the interest rate increases in the US. So I think that is ironically the place where some kind of an impact has happened in terms of the absorption by the IT sector. But as we speak, even that seems to be, gradually going away. And as far as interest rates are concerned, I would say that we are actually much closer now to the peak in interest rates than we were, a year ago. A year ago, we were looking at rates going up so much. But right now, with the Fed at 5.5 and India at RBI at 6.5, we are very, very close to the peak in rates, which basically means you need to tide over just the 3 months or so. And after that, you'll either be a neutral kind of a rate or it might be a falling rate scenario next year. So either which way I look at it, I think we have managed to weather the interest rate storm pretty well. Of course, EMIs of a lot of people have gone up, maturities have elongated, some concerns are there from a banking system perspective. But I think broadly, I think the confidence of individuals in their potential to earn, their future job seeking ability, that is very, very high today. And that is, I think, ensuring that people continue to buy homes as they were before.
It actually resonates, who would have thought that a consumer sitting in America would be looking at a very similar mortgage rate to a consumer sitting in India, or, the 50-year mortgages in Canada. So I think we've done exceptionally well. Coming over to you, Anish, you meet both developers and investors on a regular basis. First of all, what is you spoke about demand supply, but what's your sense of, the demand and supply balance in the sector, number one. Number two, which one would be your preferred investment class as we speak today? I mean, not talking about stocks, but generally, if you look at since COVID hit us, I mean, gold is up just 27%. Large caps are up close to 60% in India. Mid caps have actually given double the return, around about 130%. And real estate stocks are up they're also doubled more or less. Compared to this, the US markets are up just 40%, S&P, not the NASDAQ. But what's your take on equities, both global and domestic, and are we decoupling, or interest rates would be an impediment for asset price connection?
To be honest, I'm not too worried about interest rates, right? Because ultimately, if demand is strong, the higher interest rate, serves to limit how much demand grows. It doesn't pull it down, right? So, now to your point about what is a good asset class from an investment perspective, as I said, I don't see housing as something one should do for returns, right? Housing, if it generates 7 to 8% return, it's good enough. It covers the cost of your home loan, and that's what it should do, right? Domestic equities, our view is that, look, if the economy, when I look at domestic equities, I basically say returns come from two sources. Either there's earnings growth or there's multiple expansion, right? Now, multiples are already rich. I wouldn't argue that multiples are cheap, right? But having said that, if earnings growth outlook is good, right? So if the economy does well, earnings should do well, and you should make reasonable returns in equities. Our bias, you had also mentioned large cap, mid cap, small cap. Our bias is more for the large cap space. Just because so much funds have flowed into the mid and small cap space, our view is that there's some froth developed in that space, and this is not the time to be chasing mid and small cap stocks. Gold is always a difficult one to answer. Basically, I break up gold demand to two types of demand. One is private sector demand and central bank demand. Right? There are two sources. Right? Either central banks buy gold or private individuals buy gold. Obviously, when US interest rates are at 5%, US bond yields are 4.5%, gold is not as attractive an investment for a private investor as it was earlier. But having said that, right, my instinct would be to say gold is not a great time. But given the geopolitical tensions that are developing, it's quite likely that central bank demand for gold might come up. See, actually, gold really did badly when the Soviet Union disintegrated in the 90s. That was because central banks were selling gold, right? And they were happy holding US dollars. Now that situation might be changing, so you might see central bank demand for gold coming back. So gold is a difficult one to answer.
What's your sense on the demand-supply balance? You spoke about prices, but there could be some...
So look, I think there is ultimately what limits the supply for real estate, right? Supply for real estate is ultimately the supply for land. And land there is no shortage of, right? Now, what had happened last time was people had got into the business of land banking, right? People were buying land and not releasing it. What's happening, which is very positive this time, and I'm more familiar with Bombay, so I'll use some examples of Bombay, right? Because urban infrastructure is developing, it doesn't make sense to hold land. You hold land in Andheri and, somebody releases it in Goregaon, like 2 stations away, because of the metro, people are willing to move. So there is now an disincentive to hold land. And therefore, land prices should remain capped. That's one of the most important reasons I think that this time the real estate cycle might actually sustain, because developers are under pressure, and the stock market is not valuing land banks. The stock market is also saying, show me how many you've sold, how many you've delivered, etc., etc., etc.
No, I think it's a very good point, because as Budisha would agree, it's the volume that matters, not the price. So Budisha, over to you. Given what Prasanna spoke on global and domestic monetary cycle, and how sensitive are the Indian consumers, in your opinion, to interest rates? As of now, demand has been holding up. You yourself spoke about the 250 basis point hike in repo rate. But eventually, do you see it impacting demand because of rising interest rates? Because at some point in time, it starts hurting if job creation or incomes are not good enough. As of now, we don't see that, though. And do you see any impact on any segments of the market? And how do you see this real estate sector impacting the overall economy? Because it has so many of different sectors like cement, steel, as Anish spoke about, white goods, furniture. All of them are intrinsically linked to the real estate activity. And would you be adjusting any of your growth estimates, after hearing what Prasanna and Anish are saying? What's your sense on growth as well?
Yeah. So I think if at all I have to adjust, listening to them, I would have to adjust it upwards, because both are very bullish. But I just want to, say that I saw a graph somewhere of the demand-supply imbalance across income segments. So in the high-income segment, there is very little imbalance. Middle income, the imbalance is higher. At the lower income segment, the huge imbalance. So there the demand is far, I think 10 times higher than the supply. So that is where the interest rate will pinch. And if you are not getting newer customers into the market, then the scope for the real estate market to really expand is limited to that luxury segment and maybe the slightly the higher income segment. So that is where I would think that you would see some moderation, maybe not moderation in demand, but the rate at which you expect the real estate market to grow, it would have been higher had the supply in the lower income segment grown faster, and also the demand, because incomes there are constrained. So if you have incomes rising at the lower end, for which you need jobs to be rising, you need the manufacturing sector to be growing faster. That has not performed too well over the last year. And the services sector, of course, has been doing well. And there you have had a lot of growth in incomes. So that is good. But the manufacturing sector, I think, needs to grow faster to generate the kind of incomes that we want. Second, I think you asked about, what was it? No, that I said. After that, the service. Yeah, what are the linkages? Yeah. So yes, real estate sector has huge linkages. And just like I said, manufacturing sector growth will have an impact on real estate. The other way is also true. The cement, steel, and all of these have been doing very well given the upcycle in real estate. Even furniture, these sectors are very critical to the economy, and that's really a good virtuous cycle that we are seeing currently, that many of these sectors are doing well. Now, we also need a lot of labor-intensive sectors to do well, to generate jobs which will again generate the income that will create the demand for real estate. So labor-intensive sectors would include, say, textiles, furniture is one, and textiles currently are not doing well at all, furniture moderately well. So, there are different elements to the whole economy and they do affect each other. And it's important to see that all the different elements are working together for a virtuous cycle to take place, which fortunately right now with the real estate upcycle has been working well.
Okay. Sir, over to you. Just to get your understanding on the fact that globally, you also spoke about it in your last question, but just to reiterate that fact, and where do you see one of the factors would be urbanization. People move into urban areas, but not only to, say, bigger cities, but also dispersed in tier 2, tier 3 towns coming from rural areas, moving into urban areas. Our urbanization rate has not moved to the extent we've seen in China, which Anish actually spoke in one of his presentations last time around. We do see it improving, but it's not kept pace to the extent because of the policies and the way infrastructure build-out has happened. How do you see the next few years in terms of the rapid pace of infrastructure build-up that is happening now, particularly in tier 2 cities, both from a commercial as well as residential real estate, because eventually they both move in tandem, because you require commercial real estate where people will work and residences where they'll stay. It's very difficult to imagine a situation in which only one leg of the cycle actually moves up. So how do you see, sir, in terms of town planning, in terms of infrastructure build-out, what's the vision of the government here? How do you see things?
Yeah, that's true. In fact, I think the growth of urbanization has not been as it should have been. But again, in the coming years, we see that's going to be around 42 to 43%. In the present context, I find, I would say that urbanization itself will be a very challenging task for the government as well as for the other stakeholders. Because in the sense, unless we provide that basic infrastructure, the urbanization that is going to happen will be a sort of a pressure on the services that the towns and cities would be able to provide. But so far as the West Bengal government is concerned, as you would see, and that while we are focusing on infrastructure development in tier 2 and tier 3 cities or towns in the district headquarters, and of late you would also be observing that the real estate development, social infrastructure development, that is also happening in the tier 2 and tier 3 towns. If you look at the spatial distribution of the state, Calcutta being the hub, that's fine. But then Durgapur, Asansol, Siliguri, these are other major towns.
Haldia on the eastern side. And then now you will find that even places where industrial development is taking place in the western part of the state, that will lead to urbanization in that area. So, gradually we will find that the dispersal of urbanization will take place towards tier 2 and tier 3 towns and cities. And that is where I think we all need to focus on in the coming days. And at the same time, I would say that urbanization, while we need to plan, and our town and country planning activities, the LUDCPs that are being prepared by the local development authorities that are in sync with the development processes or the development objectives that are required in those areas. But what is more important is, while we provide homes, while we provide different civic facilities and services, how we can make them socially, environmentally, and economically sustainable. That is going to be the challenge that we'll be facing in days to come. Because the pressures that it is going to build in the towns and cities, for that we need to be prepared. We may not be able to realize it right now, but when we look at it from the future perspective for the future generations, are we going to leave a very socially and sustainable environment for them for living or not? That is what I think will be a challenge to all the investors in the real estate sector, which has its own also economic dimension, which will also add to economic growth. But at the same time, we have to see it has to be sustainable environmentally as well. So while we see opportunities coming up in the real estate sector, in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities and towns, but at the same time, we have to be cognizant of the challenges that we will be encountering in managing the expectations of the people who will be the beneficiaries of this urbanization in these tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Thank you.
I think, sir, you've put the government's point of view very, very clearly. And Prasanna, coming over to you, you've been discussing with me over the last 2 years that we are sitting on a huge upcycle in terms of real estate. You also spoke on the fact that it's not performed well the last few years and just picked up. But within the country, there is a lot of imbalance in terms of demand and supply. Anish also spoke about it, but prices are behaving very, very differently in different parts of the country. Pockets like NCR have been seeing fairly visible price appreciation compared to MMR, which Anish specifically spoke on the way the infrastructure, and you also spoke on the infrastructure build out, and perhaps that's the reason why prices are not going up to that extent. So, Mr. Pan spoke about the tier 2 cities. So where do you see, more demand or, price variation in terms of growth, whether it be the tier 2 cities which will be leading it or the metro? Where do you see more, job creation happening? How do you envisage the sector in the coming few years?
So I think as economists and as market analysts, we sometimes look at things very differently. As a market analyst, you might want to, take a call on where the price appreciation is maximum, because then you will want to see who's going to be the beneficiary of that price appreciation, and where, let's say, which are the listed companies which are having maximum land banks in those areas, and are they going to get benefit out of it. But the other way to look at it is in terms of how much the real estate cycle actually adds to the economic output and the economic growth. And I think the answer sometimes to these two questions are going to be completely different. And the reason is something very simple. When we say that we are very bullish on real estate as a catalyst for economic growth, we actually want more and more volumes to happen. We want more and more supply to come, like Anish was talking about, into the system. We want more and more people to, buy houses for staying, like the way Vidusha was talking about. And, all of those things leading to volume growth and very minimal price growth is what I would assume is the best for a country. Because when a price growth happens, then obviously you become uncompetitive. And the same reasons why you are actually not able to, the same reasons why you really, the economy doesn't grow when your prices become uncompetitive is the same reason why you are growing when you are actually competitive. So from that perspective, more supply coming to the region is actually good. And from that perspective, I will very much agree with what Dr. Manoj had to say. I am actually fascinated by the potential of tier 2 and tier 3 cities, the urbanization which will happen not to metros but to one level lower in each state. I think I'm fascinated by that potential over the next 2 years, 3 years, and not least because the governments, both the central and the state governments, are building a lot of airports, are building a lot of roads, and electrifying railway routes. And all of this is actually making travel so easy. It is going to make movement of goods from one place to another not only easy but also efficient and cost competitive. And hence, the factories of the future are not going to be so much worried about being located close to a port so that they can manufacture and ship it out. They will pretty much choose the cheapest land where they can set up the factory, move it using road, rail, and transport onto the port, and then take it out. So I am a big fan of tier 2, tier 3 cities, like the way Dr. Manoj had to say.
Excellent. Now since we've had this discussion amongst ourselves, I think good time to open it to two industry experts who are not you track the industries, both you, Pankaj, and Ram. So first, Ram, over to you. What's your sense on the opportunities in the real estate sector in the coming few years?
I think the good part is India is a big talent hub. And if you look at the overall market from where we saw the historic high, a lot of people talk about the historic high in 2019, when you saw gross absorptions in the country of 65 million square feet. We're not too far away from that historic high. India continues to be an offshoring hub and purely because of the talent base. Obviously with COVID, the talent has got distributed, and that's a big opportunity in the tier 2, tier 3 cities to be able to cater to that talent who doesn't necessarily have to work in the tier 1 or the major cities. So I think a big opportunity, and we always spoke, I think a decade ago, about the growth of tier 2, tier 3, and we're really seeing that right now. And of course, infrastructure has caught up. It's taken the country that many years, 10 years plus, to get our infrastructure story right. I think that's a big positive. So when you look at it from that perspective, the talent distribution and what we're seeing this year, you'll be close to about 52 million square feet of gross absorption across the country, which is in the top 7 markets. No one's talking about the tier 2, tier 3 as yet. That's another couple of million square feet that we're seeing in these markets that'll grow. So that's on the office side. If you look at the retail side, purely because of infrastructure in the tier 2, tier 3 cities, retail is also catching up in tier 2, tier 3. Access to capital is there. So you're seeing a lot of, in fact, it's shocking. One of our teams, we're looking for an office in Bhopal for a client. Land rates are unreal. They're more expensive than some of the tier 1 cities. The CBD of Bhopal is at 26,000 rupees a square foot. That's shocking, right? So sometimes that tier 2 story has really bumped up things. If you look at the logistics sector in the country, I think there's enough and phenomenal growth there. Not purely because of e-com. E-com was a catalyst. I think the key was our GST and for us to be able to cater and plan better from a supply chain perspective and a unified taxation policy, right? I think that really gave a boost from a logistics sector. Of course, cold chain and other stuff will pick up. And if you look at the data center opportunities, that's again a big, big new sector that we're seeing a lot of growth. But again, it's not everyone's play because the cost of construction of data centers is huge. Then you have the hotels, the hospitals, a big growth there. Education, with opening up, you see a lot more universities coming into India. So you will see growth across the sectors in India. The question is, where there is talent, you will see growth. And if there's talent, everything else follows. And of course, our infrastructure has to catch up. Roads, ports, everything else.
That's a very, very valid point.
Just one thing to add. I know we spoke about the money where people are able to have more to be able to afford. You have to look at salary levels that have gone up in the last 2 years. nobody's talking about that. I think that's a big impetus in the hand of tech employee, where he has more money in his hand today to go and actually afford to buy a home.
That's a very valid point. Pankaj, over to you. What's your sense?
I listened to the entire conversation, and I've been a real estate market research analyst, and I've been tracking around 60 cities across India. The way I see the market can be divided into two phases. One was a price-driven real estate market, which was post-liberalizations from 2005 till 2015, where the price was a growth parameter. Price was going up, and the people were saying that real estate is growing. But actually, consumption and production cycle was not there. Builders were launching a project, selling to the investors. One investor was selling to another investor, and the consumptions and the production was not taking place. But then, post 2016, the RERA came into being, and where the commitment for production really came into being, and that's where the cycle for real estate changed from price-driven real estate market to production and consumption-driven real estate market. If I were to really correlate to the urban economies, if you look at from 2005 till 2015, the city expanded by price. Why I say that for affordable housing, you need to go so far away, which becomes an uninteractive lands. People could not go, and the builder resorted to selling to the investors. And post that, when the consumption and production-driven economy step up, I realized that, when the builders were compelled to produce within a time frame, they can't really delay the project, and that is where the rationalization in the property prices have came into being. Why during the COVID time we have seen the surge in the real estate sector? If you take inflation-adjusted prices and interest-adjusted affordability, we had the parity, and assume the income has grown just by 7%. Post 2016, since the property prices stop appreciating, the inflation-adjusted affordability and the interest-adjusted affordability and inflation-adjusted prices had the parities of 2004-2005 level, during 2001 and 2002 level. And that's basic reason. And we are a housing shortage country. There cannot be a dearth of the demand in this sector. It was a price which was creating a divide between the prices, the demand and supply. That rationalization which has come. And when we talk about the interest rates also, I'm saying that although there's an impact which can be seen in the affordable housing, especially in the 30 lakhs and below bracket, rest of the bracket has been doing very, very good. In the last 1 year, we have seen 35% growth in the residential sales across 60 cities in India. We were touching close to, 2 lakh crore rupees, 2 trillion crore rupees of the stock sold during 2011-12. Right now, we are touching 4.5 trillion rupees worth of the stock sold. And the supply side is also growing, because now the mistake which we made, that the city expanded but the infrastructure lagged behind. Today, infrastructure is catching up. I'm also from Mumbai, the Trans-Harbour Link, which was supposed to be built 30 years back, now is really becoming existence. Apart from that, the metro connectivities. And this is not just a phenomenon for Mumbai. We are seeing this is happening in most of the cities. And that's the basic reason. This is a production cycle. I completely agree to the point that we should not look at the price growth and determine the growth of the real estate sector. If the price remain moderate, I think real estate looks to be on the productive cycle.
Thank you for your comments. On that note, I thank everybody for patiently listening to us. Thank all the panelists for taking out time and sharing their views. Thank you so much, and look forward to this again. Thank you.
And to conclude this session, may I request Mr. Siddharth Pansari to present Utturios to all the panelists. and, of course, the mandatory photograph. Thank you so much. With that, we move on to the next session. But before that, may I request on-stage presentations from our platinum sponsors. KEI Wires and Cables, they have already done theirs. May I now request Prince Pipes, S-Form, and Ultramax to please be ready to make the on-stage presentations. Can we introduce the representatives of our platinum sponsors to the audience, and can we continue with the on-stage presentations? Anyone from Prince Pipes? Prince Pipes? Debashish Datto from Prince Pipes, and the allotted time has been a little significantly reduced. A couple of minutes, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries on and off the stage, and good afternoon to all the peers and friends and colleagues. So I am here to present about Prince Pipes and Fitting. Basically, Prince Pipes and Fitting, it is dealing with all the pipe segment, that is PVC, CPVC, and underground drainage, and all kinds of pipes. But the thing is that people know Prince because of it's a Fortune 500 company and of 40 years of legacy that Prince Pipe is carrying on. And people know Prince because of its innovative quality and innovations. And of its innovations. So basically Prince Pipes, we have all, can I move the next slide please? The number of manufacturers in the manufacturing units we have in Prince Pipes across Pan India, at least now currently we have 7 manufacturing units. To name a few, we have in Athal, we have in Dadra, we have in Haridwar, we have in Jaipur, we have in Kolhapur, we have in Sangareddy, and the upcoming new plant, it is going to come in Bihar, that is in Begusarai. We are into distribution policy, and we used to distribute the pipes, we used to distribute water tanks, and people know Prince because हम लोग जो बनाते हैं that is from tank to tooty. We used to develop the product range from tank to taps. We used to say that, right? So we have different warehouses in different places, but to name the few product categories that we used to have in our portfolio, that is these are the product folios we used to have. That is, one is Flowgut Plus. That is, we have a licensing partner of CPVC partner. We have grain feed, we have talent feed, we have different types of feed. There is one thing you can see in all the product portfolios, there we have written fit, because if you see that our brand ambassador is Akshay Kumar, and this brand ambassador Akshay Kumar is resemblance to the fitness. That's why we have given all the name cable feet, core feet, foam feet. But in recent past, we have come up with a few new collaborations, that is of silent pipes and low noise pipes. It's a skull shape. We have a German collaboration with Austin Drop. It is basically a low noise pipe, silent pipe with a 12 decimal, up to 12 decimal. We have HC Safe, that is around 17 decimal. It is also a collaboration with Austin Drop. And the last one is, that is a Horaton. We used to have a recent past collaboration with Horaton. It is into a drainage pipe. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you especially for keeping to time. And now we call the representative from S-Form. Anyone from S-Form?
A firm commitment to be the best of the best. Formnology to make your design come true.
With an annual production capacity of 1 million tons, complying ISO standards. Committed to excellence for over 50 years. We have an integrated steel plant, offering products such as TNT bars, ERW pipes, wire rods, sponge iron, billets, captive power plant, and many more. In today's competitive steel industry, Ultramax is a name synonymous with quality. Ultramax TNT bars is recognized all over the country for quality excellence. Ultramax strives to build a stronger nation from its roots, through infrastructural and industrial development, creating a thriving economic landscape.
Thank you so much. And right now we go into our final session, but after this, there's going to be a motivational speech later on. But the final technical session, session 4, which is marketing evolution in real estate and demystifying AI, artificial intelligence. Can I request Mr. Yashashvi Shroff, who is the Credai Young Youth Wing East Zone Coordinator, to please come up and set a context to the proceedings. Mr. Yashashvi Shroff.
Good evening, everyone. Our theme for this next session is Disrupt or Choose to Get Disrupted. The world around us is changing faster than ever before. Therefore, it is important for all of us to keep adapting ourselves to the new changing environment. We have seen power speakers lined up for this event. We are going to learn about new age asset classes in real estate. We will also be demystifying the new buzzword in our world, which is AI, to learn about its use cases in our industry, in design and construction, as well as marketing, from renowned personalities from DLF and Microsoft. Marketing gurus from Tata Realty and Roshan Abbas will be delving deeper into new age marketing trends and how marketing has evolved to help us sell faster, better, and establish a personal connect with our consumers. Thank you.
Right. So, on with it. May I call the first speaker for this session, Mr. Alok Puri, Associate Executive Director, Head of Business Development, CRM, and New Initiatives, CBRE India. CBRE, as we all know, is our knowledge partner too. We welcome Mr. Alok Puri.
Sound check. Am I audible at the back? Great. Thank you, Credai, West Bengal, for having me over to discuss and share my views on the topic of the rise of alternate asset classes in India, a topic very close to my heart. A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries, fellow members, industry colleagues, and friends. Let me start by giving you a quick snapshot of the Indian market as we see it today. India is one of the fastest growing major economies globally, with a GDP growth rate of close to 7.7% as of financial year 22-23, and is expected to grow at 6.7% in the financial year 23-24. India replaced United Kingdom as the 5th largest global economy in year 2022, and is on course to becoming the 3rd largest global economy by 2027, replacing Japan and Germany. With a population of close to 4 billion people, India has outpaced China in early part of 23 to become the most populous country globally, accounting for about 18% of the global population. With over 25% of that population is currently in the age group of 15 to 29 years. That makes India one of the largest youth population-based country globally. India is also ranked 3rd amongst the startups across the globe. With that, if you would see the ease of business rankings for India have improved to a 63 position from the erstwhile 182 plus, which was recorded in year 2014. Clearly demonstrating that India has become the fastest growing amongst the G20 list of nations. Evolution in the real estate sector has been basically the key driver for the rise of alternate asset classes. So in today's session, we'll focus our time in covering 4 key themes: data centers, logistics, flexible workspaces, and senior living. Institutional investments, both global and domestic, in these alternate asset classes has seen a healthy expansion year on year. There was a 4-fold jump which was recorded from year 2019 till 2023. Last touching a level of about $1 billion of investment constitutes close to about 15% of the global inflows in the real estate sector. Some prominent funds which have already invested in this space include the likes of Blackstone, Brookfield, National Infrastructure Investment Fund, Bain Capital, Kotak Private Equity Fund, and the list goes on and on. Majority of the traction from these funds are primarily towards logistics and data centers, followed by flexible workspaces and then senior living. Moving on to the logistics segment. India has climbed 6 spots on the World Bank's Logistics Performance Index as of 23, coming to a handsome 38 out of a list of about 139 nations globally. In terms of per capita warehousing space benchmark, India currently has 2.1 to 2.2 square feet per person, as compared to more mature economies which are clocking in excess of 5 square feet per person, going up to 42 in case of Japan, thereby underscoring the huge potential the warehousing sector has for growth in the country. Now, primarily warehouses can be classified into 3 types. Grade A warehouses, which are basically PEB structures, about 9 meters and above center height, 6 to 10 tons per square meter floor capacity, and 3 to 5 meter canopy length. Whereas grade B typically would be either a PEB or an RCC structure, 6 to 9 meters center height, 4 to 8 tons per square meter floor strength, and 1 to 2 meter canopy length. And everything else beyond this is typically classified under grade C. In terms of market size, India in the organized warehousing space, that this market is poised for 2x to 2.5x expansion over the next 3 to 5 years. purely driven by omni-channel retail, GST-led consolidation of warehouses across the FMCG space, expansion of demand being witnessed in the consumer durables and the e-commerce segment. 2022, the market did about close to 32 million square feet of space offtake in the sector, which was near its peak level, what was observed prior to COVID in 2019. This year, the expectation on the street is that the market will close close to about 34 to 36 million square feet, despite the global headwinds we are seeing in the sector. From a perspective, I think West Bengal clearly positions itself as the warehousing hub of choice for the north, as well as the entire northeast region. Now, in terms of the evolution of industrial corridors, rollout of GST, higher consumption trends seen in the retail sector, these were all triggers which helped formulate the entire warehousing cluster in Kolkata and nearby areas. Typically, there are two main warehousing clusters in Kolkata, one being the Dankuni and surrounding areas, and the other being the NH16 vector. E-commerce and 3PL would typically constitute about 50% of the space offtake for this sector, followed by retail and FMCG, which constitutes close to about 25%. As of 22 end, Kolkata market was witnessing a space offtake of close to about 2.5 million square feet, which in comparison to the leading market like Bombay and Delhi NCR would typically do about 4.5, 5 million square feet a year. Moving on to data centers in India. Now, one of the key enablers for development of data centers is the availability of submarine cable landing stations. Bombay with 10 and Chennai with 5 clearly underline the importance of this for the development of data center market. Noida, on the other hand, despite having no cable landing station, because of a large population catchment, has also evolved as a key data center hub. Pune, Hyderabad, and Bangalore, on account of the strong IT/ITES activity, have also shaped up as the next lot of destinations of choice. Now, that leads us to an important question on what are the key infrastructure requirements defining the development of data centers. Right from availability of uninterrupted power, strong telecom infrastructure, availability